name and inmate number for the record.
First name is Wilfredo. Middle name Ephraim. Last name Diaz. D-I-A-Z as in zebra.
And your inmate number, please, Mr. Diaz.
440371.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The offender is serving 5 years, executed suspended after 42 months, followed by 5 years probation for threatening first, reckless endangerment first, unlawful restraint first, 2 counts of illegal discharge of a firearm, and disorderly conduct. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of May 20th, 2025. There is victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has completed the domestic violence program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the low range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Diaz, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Thank you. You want me to answer that?
So it's your opportunity to say
Yeah.
why you should be granted parole today.
Not a problem. Thank you. Thank you very much. I am a different person now since 2022 when this happened. I have taken the domestic violence program and identify some triggers, that might lead to domestic violence. I also take my medications on time, and I've been good standing here with no tickets whatsoever in the only time that I've been here since 2022.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Diaz?
Well, I have to say also that I am very sorry for the crime that I committed, to my wife, especially, and also for my 2 sons. I know that if I had knowing first those triggers that like drinking, like fighting, and disrespect for your partner, that if I knew that before, I wouldn't be here today.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for that. So we will be asking you questions this morning, and after our questioning, we will deliberate and give you our decision.
Thank you.
We also have input from the Office of Victim Services this morning.
Okay.
Okay. So Mr. Rodriguez will begin with questions this morning.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Diaz.
Yes, same.
Yeah, I just want to talk a little bit about, you were a gun owner, correct?
Say it again, I'm sorry?
You were a permanent gun owner. You had a permit for your gun?
Yes, exactly, yes.
So you took gun training.
Correct.
So let me ask first, you said you were sorry for the crime you committed. Does that mean you're accepting responsibility for how the crime was put on your report? That you made your wife kneel down, you put a gun to her head, but you also said that you accidentally fired the weapon.
Correct. I understand your question, but I have to disagree on whatever my wife said regarding aiming the gun to her head. I never did that.
So explain to me what you're saying you're sorry for.
Well, I'm sorry because, I started this episode of fighting in the house, and I should make a better decision, just to walk away and to not get, these things to escalate during that day that it happens. But under no circumstances I aimed that gun to her, not at all. I've been a gun owner since 1989, and I never had a problem with gun before, not at all.
I realize that you were a trained gunner, so I'm surprised that the gun went off not once, but twice.
Yes.
And for someone who's been trained with a weapon, and I know the training typically is very, very extensive, and they teach you how to put it on safety, and they teach you all those things, how that could have happened.
Yeah,
by accident. Can you explain that?
Exactly. What happened is that I had the gun in the night table in one of the bedrooms on the house, not the main bedroom, in one of the bedrooms.
We read that in the report.
Okay, and I wanted to watch the New York Mets baseball game that night. Okay, I got my gun during the day with me because I wanted to go at the first in the morning to the shooting range. That was the plan that I have for that Friday, if I'm not mistaken. It was a Friday. And then my wife called me and said that I need to do some chores in town for her, which I did. By the time I finished everything, it was almost lunchtime, and I went back home. I started working with my cars, and I put my gun in one of the bedrooms of the house in the night table. Now,
with the safety on or off?
No, that's my next point. This is a gun that I purchased, and I never used it before. Prior to this gun, I had 2 revolvers. You know, I sold them eventually to the gun dealers. And then what happened is that this gun was a semi-automatic gun. And I wasn't sure, you know, how it operates. You know, when you cock the thing, that one of the bullets goes inside and you don't see it, but it's there. Okay, so when I was arguing with my wife and I wanted to retire, you know, to my bedroom, because she said, you know, okay, you know, this argument is going to be over soon. You know, I grabbed the gun from the night table that I had it. It was a small, you know, drawer. And when I took it for the trigger, and it went like boom, up there to the ceiling. Okay, and then I realized
you pulled the gun out of the drawer, and the gun went off and up. How did it go up? You didn't point it in the air?
No, I didn't point it. It went with the flow when I put the finger in the trigger. Okay, and then he go with, and then he hit the wall and the upper part of this wall. Okay, now I went to my bedroom, you know, to watch the game. Okay, and then I'm trying to get out the cartridge of the gun, and then for some reason I press the trigger again, and that hits the ceiling. And I realized that there was a bullet right there in the cavity of the barrel. Thank you, of the gun. So that's why I got 2 shots in there, you know. And the second shot, my wife was not there at all. She was in the bedroom when the first shot, you know, was in the wall.
Well, the part of the report states that you were intoxicated at the time of this offense. Were you intoxicated?
I was not whatsoever. I was sleeping when my wife came home.
I have to be honest with you, Mr. Diaz.
Yes.
I'm having a hard time following your logic in this, in the way you handle the weapon. A person who's been trained to handle weapons. Maybe I could see it going off one time, maybe. Second time, I can't understand that. So I just want you to know that right now I'm having a little problem with your story in this. All right. And I hope you can understand that, but it doesn't make a lot of sense to me at this moment that that's how the gun would go off.
Yeah,
I'm also a gun owner and
Yes.
understand both weapons, revolver and semi-automatic weapons. Know there's a safety involved, and know that any gun owner who gets a license knows that there should be a safety on the gun when you're not handling the weapon. There should be a safety on. And if there are children in the house, it should be locked up.
Correct.
So I don't sense there was children, but you know, typically a person who's trained would have the safety on the weapon.
Yeah.
So I'm having a difficult time with your version of the story. I would understand it if maybe you were intoxicated and you know something happened at that point. But, so let's go from there. I just wanted to get a sense of that particular piece of it.
Yes.
There have been other issues in this relationship, correct?
There have been other issues, yes.
So tell me about that event. What happened? What was the actual event from your perspective?
I mean, on the one that we're talking about with the gun?
Yes, the one we're talking about now.
Well, like I said, you know, I was washing my car when I came from the street, from outside. And then I went back to my bedroom. I put the gun in the night table, okay? And I went to sleep.
You had the 2 guns, they fired off. What happened after the gunshots?
after the gunshot, I took the gun and put it in the safe. Okay, and then, it was there all the time in the safe until.
So what happened with going on with you and your wife at that point?
Well, what happened was that she was at work, and I'm retired, so she was at work, and most of the time, I cook for her. When she comes home, there's food for her, after a long day work, normally. And since she found me that I was sleeping and there was no food in the house for her to eat, she got upset. And then she started fighting about the whole thing. And I explained that I was sorry, that I was just watching TV and I get, sleep. That's the reality. I cannot change that. That is exactly what happened in here. Now, she might say that I was intoxicated. I was not intoxicated because I did not drink anything that day, not at all. Prior, another problem that I had with her, she said, that I was drinking too much. I can give that to her, but that specific day and night, I'm sorry, I did not drink anything. I just came, like I said, from the chores that were doing in town. I went to the night table. I put the gun in there. And then when she came, the whole thing started. And then when I pulled the gun for the door, it shot accidentally. And I said to you again, this is the first time I shoot this gun. The safety was not probably on. I don't realize. Now, if you're a gun owner, you know that if you shoot a revolver, okay, after they shoot the revolver, there's no in the chamber, there's no another bullet. Now, in this case, it was another bullet in the chamber of the gun that I was not aware of. Okay, and when I'm just trying to manipulate the gun to take the cartridge out and put it in the.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. We've already shared the story about the gun. I kind of get your story about the gun, and revolvers do spin for the next bullet to come up. So they do. You do have a bullet that comes up when you use a revolver. Anyway, why would your wife share such a dramatic story then?
Well, I'm not quite sure what she said, of me, but I guess that she was upset. I mean,
Mr. Diaz, that's a pretty dramatic story that you put her on her knees and pointed the gun to her head. That's a dramatic story, Mr. Diaz.
I understand, Mr. Rodriguez.
Why would she make up such a story like that? You were married for 42 years.
47.
Why would she say that kind of a story? I don't understand.
Mr. Rodriguez, I am, as astonished as you. I do not know why she go and said that. I guess that she want me out of the house for some reason or whatever reason. But I can tell you, that I never aimed this gun to her head, and she was knitting. Never, 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 never.
All right, let's talk a little bit about the program that you've taken. Tell me a little bit about what you took domestic violence.
Correct.
Tell me what you learned, because you said you talked about triggers. So what did you learn about your triggers?
Well, I learned about my triggers that, for example, drinking could be a real bad trigger, to go into a situation with your wife or your significant other. Also, I have the arguing with the person, in this case with my wife. That's another trigger that I understand, very well, because if you argue, that's a problem. And also the disrespect for my partner, that's another trigger that I found, and I know, these things before, but in my clear mind, I wouldn't walk away, from this situation, and basically I wouldn't be in this situation right now.
So help me understand, 42 years. How did
47.
How did it get to this point? How did the relationship get to this point?
Like I said, we had before some, scuffles between us, regarding drinking, for example. That's one of the regarding that arguing. But to tell you the truth, I'm as astonished as you are. Why did she put such a dramatic story there? I understand that she will be scared when I shoot the gun, okay, accidentally, and in the second room, accidentally as well. But never, 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 I went over, 47 years of marriage, not 42, 47, and I can tell you very, very truthfully that I did not aim this gun to her, to whatever she said in there. I never did that. Never.
What other programming have you taken, Mr. Diaz, besides domestic violence? You took anger management?
No, I haven't taken anger management here, no.
So you just completed your domestic violence, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah. What's your plan upon your release? Do you still have a medical license?
No. I used to work for the pharmaceutical industry.
I
So I
read that.
didn't need a license, to do that, to do my job. And I retired from Merck, the pharmaceutical company. Yeah. So you asked me what I'm going to do after parole, after the
Correct.
release.
What's your plan on
Okay.
release?
Well, after 47 years, with my wife, and you can see that there is a copious amount of timing. I mean, 47 years and then another one, when we were just dating. Right now, I am divorced because she filed paper for divorce. Okay, and when I leave, this place, I have to remake my life. Definitely, start again all over. I will enjoy my retirement, and I'm going to enjoy my 13-year-old granddaughter, and getting my life straight, and that's about it.
You're going to be living on your own?
I will be living my own, yes. Occasionally, my son will be with me like 6 days out of the week, out of the month, because he's a physician also, and then he goes from town to town, sometimes from one state to another state. Okay, and when he is in Connecticut, he's going to be visiting me regularly.
And do you have other family?
I have another son who's an engineer that works in New York City as well.
How's your relationship with him?
Excellent. Both of them are excellent kids. I have very good relations, and they support me. All 100%. In being corrected and being doing the good thing. And I can say, the good thing that's happening here in the correctional institution, which I have been all the time in compliance with all the mandates of the institution.
I said you have. You don't have any tickets since you've been there. You've
Not at all.
cooperated and done what you need to do while you're in there. What do you think you have a problem with drinking?
I think that I have, well, because of you work in this line, the drinking has, several steps. Alcohol abuse, alcohol dependence, stuff like that, Yeah. I don't drink any more than any other people when we're in a gathering or a party. Okay. What's that? Maybe 2 or 3 glasses of wine for the whole activity. Occasionally, with dinner, if we go outside with my wife, which we do a lot, I may have another 1 or 2 glasses of wine. Okay, I don't drink any hard liquor. Occasionally, a beer, maybe, but I am not. If you ask me if I have a problem with that, I would say I might be borderline probably. But I do not abuse alcohol. I don't know. I don't have any dependence on alcohol, and much less I am an alcoholic. All right, but by no means. I've been treated by psychiatry for more than 20 years, starting in 1999 for bipolar depression.
You don't have to get into too many medical things because we're public, video, and
Yes.
everybody's watching. So I just want you to be careful about what you say in terms of your medical conditions.
I apologize. So basically, what happened is that by going into my medical things, there had never been a record in there that I've been abusing alcohol or I'm an alcoholic or a dependence on alcohol. Not at all.
So did you think that you could have used, do you think you could have used an addiction program while you were in there? Even
No,
though it wasn't on your OAP? Is that something you think you could have done? Would that have been helpful?
Can you repeat the question again, please?
Do you think attending an addiction service program would have been helpful to you?
I don't think so, to tell you the truth. I don't think so, because, I mean, if I am accepting, for example, that I have a problem with alcohol, okay, that would be probably a good thing to do. I am not opposed to that. But being in a category that I drink like anybody else, in a party, and I never get, that drunk or get belligerent, I don't think, that will be, a step. However, if by any chance the court says that I have to go into an addiction program, well, that's different. I have to abide by the mandates of the court.
Okay, and have you been in contact with your wife at all since you've been in prison?
Not at all.
Madam Chair, at this moment, I don't think I have any additional questions for the moment. I'd like to reserve any I might have later on as things come up. Mr. Diaz, thank you so much for answering my questions
You're
this
welcome.
morning. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. So my colleague, Mr. Rodriguez, he asked probably almost all the questions that we would need to be asked today. I did want to confirm a couple of things with you. And as my colleague said, we are, this hearing is public, so we do want to protect your privacy. But I wanted to ask you in kind of vague terms, how you feel your mental health is. Do you feel like right now, your mental health is good?
Yeah, my mental health has been steady and, over the time. I took, like I said before, I take my medications and I never had a problem with anybody. And ever since I got my medications on board on me, very few episodes of depression,
Okay.
which is what I've been treated for, bipolar 2 with depression,
Okay.
but never the other entail of the bipolar 2, which is, euphoria and all that kind of things.
So, Mr. Diaz, you're well aware of your mental health needs. How do you think alcohol affects that?
I think that alcohol, if you take it, for example, in addition to the drugs that you're taking, would be a detriment, for my health. And basically, maybe there are studies that say so, that the alcohol and the depression and the depressive medication do not work well. So it's a mixology that I respect a lot, and I don't drink, to the excess of having a problem by drinking and taking my medications.
So you completed the domestic violence program just recently, last month?
Correct.
Okay. Now you've taken a domestic violence program in the community, correct?
No, not in the
No,
community.
not 2019?
Well, actually, yeah. I mean, that wasn't. That wasn't. You're right. I can.
And we only know that because you provided that information
Yeah.
at some point in the pre-sentence investigation, if I'm correct in my recollection. So can you tell me, can you recall back in 2019 when you took that program, some of the skills you learned compared to what you've now discovered in the program recently completed?
Yeah. Well, I think it was as long as I remember, it was a program that it was it was long. It was not a short program. It was a long program, and most of the time what we did was basically listen to stories of people that were having problems in the community because the X and X or whatever. During that program, most of the people that were there were people with drugs problems. Okay, there were one or two maybe with substance abuse other than drugs. I wasn't aware, that, but there was it was a program that people talk a lot, and you learn about the situation and how they get out of this situation by getting into different programs. But it wasn't specific for one person. I said, okay, I'm working with you. You're gonna do this. You're gonna do that. No,
Right.
it was just generalized.
Right, I do understand that it's a group setting, so, and it's more of an educational
Correct.
program. So I wanted to hear whether or not there were any tools or skills that you look now and you think I should have used those tools and skills that I learned in 2019, and perhaps this situation with my wife would not have escalated.
Yeah, well, definitely, I say yes, because, they give you some ideas, and you listen to ideas of other people. And if I have the skill, just to not be, for example, in anger with my wife, that would be, for example, something that they will discuss. So, had I know at this point in time, if I was, for example, like not using using the anger situation, if I can use that phrase, what I'm trying to say is I would have been better, because if I control my anger during any episode, and I had the anger in check during that day with my wife or that night, the outcome would have been completely different.
Okay. And there is a protective order in place with the victim, and it's in place until 2083.
That's
Do you
correct.
know what the restrictions are for you with respect to the protective order?
Yes, I do.
What are they?
Do not get to the residence. Do not get. I think it's about 300 yards or something like that. I can be sure the number, and don't contact the person in any way, media, telephone, letters, or nothing. So that's for that period of time.
Okay.
I must tell you also that as of today, she sold the house and she left, and I don't know where her whereabouts are. So, like, we divorced, of course, last year, in 2023.
And you've been incarcerated now for a couple of years. Prior to taking the domestic violence program, how are you occupying your time at the facility?
Well, right here, to tell you the truth, I kept a low profile. I talked to other inmates. We just talk, the everyday, situation and conversation that we have in here. I go to my bed and I listen to music. I read books in my spare time, and then I spend with them, my time having dinner or lunch or whatever. And that's basically what my day looks like.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Diaz.
You're very welcome.
Panel member Zappo Sasso?
I have no questions.
No questions? Okay. So, Mr. Diaz, we are done with the question portion of the hearing. We will
Okay.
now hear from the Office of Victim Services. You can listen, but please do not interrupt.
Right.
Okay. Ms. De Jesus?
Good morning, board members. I do have a statement, and it reads as follows. I am here today to provide a victim statement and a plea regarding my well-being, my safety, but most importantly, my life. On May 22nd, 2022, my husband of 45 years, Wilfredo E. Diaz Guevara, pointed a loaded gun to my face. It wasn't the first time. Within the first year of our marriage, I had my first encounter with domestic violence when I was a young bride. I found myself staring down the barrel of a gun. As many victims of domestic violence, I did not seek help. For the next 45 years, after various police visits to the home, various restraining orders, and a broken nose, the violence has continued to escalate to a terrifying level. As I was forced on my knees with a gun in my face, my husband said that he was going to execute me, stating that the newspaper headlines the following day was going to say that, quote, a doctor was murdered last night, end quote. He even said that he didn't love his sons, and that even if they take his gun away from him that night, take his gun away from him, that there was a price for my head. The threat was credible, and I felt an immediate sense of fear for my life. I have no doubt that he was capable of killing me. The only thing I could do was defuse the situation as much as possible. Let him feel he was in control and hope that the next time he pulls the trigger, after he has already fired 2 shots, the gun was not pointed at my head. Since that day, I have been living in constant fear for my safety. This has had a significant impact on my health and has caused me to suffer from severe anxiety and PTSD. As I reflect on the recent tragedies that happened in our community, I can't help but be terrified to end up another statistic, a victim of domestic violence. Tracy Marie Jones doesn't have a chance to speak her truth anymore. Neither does Corinne Davis Smith and countless others, but I do. The violent act made against me has also affected my ability to function properly in my personal and professional life. For the first time in my life, I have had to see a psychiatrist and a psychotherapist on a regular basis. The violent act of that night has also caused me financial losses. I had to take a medical leave from my lucrative medical practice, and as of today, I'm not sure if I will be able to return to work ever again. I also had to incur additional expenses to ensure my safety. The defendant never apologized or has taken responsibility for his actions until potentially now that he has no other choice but to beg for mercy. Deep inside, he blames me, the victim, for the dissolution of our family because I filed for divorce after he almost killed me. He has always blamed me for his acts of violence. He probably blames me for being in prison, quote, because I reported what he did to the police, end quote. He tried to cover up his actions on the morning of May 27th, 2022, by throwing part of the gun at the highway, as well as his remaining bullets. He tried to hide the clothing he was wearing the night before so that no one would find it. I urge the court to take this matter seriously and to hold the defendant accountable for his actions. I urge the court to please keep in consideration that in 2019, after another incident of domestic violence, my husband went through a program designed to rehabilitate. Less than 4 years later, 2 shots fired and the smell of gun smoke, I am here again as a victim, pleading for my safety. I request the maximum sentence as I now live a life looking over my shoulder in fear. No one should have to live in fear for their lives, and I hope that justice will be served in this case. I also request respectfully, very respectfully, the following from the court upon his release from prison. 1, the judge in Danbury ordered an ankle bracelet for 5 years when he is released. An order that includes specifically my house, office in Connecticut, and my vacation home in Isla Verde, Puerto Rico. 3, treatment for domestic violence, anger control, bipolar disorder, and alcohol abuse. 4, constant supervision in relation to his compliance with his medications, psychotherapy, and alcohol abuse. 5, Connecticut it's a very big state, and I prefer for him not to live in any of the towns with proximity to my home and office. 6, I would like to be notified of any travel outside of the state of Connecticut, especially if he's traveling to Puerto Rico, so I can protect myself. 7, he should not be allowed to purchase or carry a gun in the USA, including Puerto Rico. Thank you for allowing me to provide this statement. Sincerely, Yvette E. Diaz, MD, FACP. That's all I have, board members.
Thank you, Mr. Jesus. So we appreciate very much the victim providing that very great statement in terms of her perspective on her relationship with the defendant and how her life has been since. Just for clarification, the board has no jurisdiction in terms of ordering some of the conditions that she has requested in that letter. And if she is listening, I would suggest that she speak with either the probation officer down the road or go to the court for further conditions that she feels are in her best interest for safety. So, Mr. Diaz, we will now deliberate about your case and give you our decision.
Okay.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a difficult case. I'm still struggling with the whole accidental shooting situation from someone who should have been trained to handle a weapon and automatically, I believe, knows that a bullet goes into the chamber in a semi-automatic weapon automatically. And that if the gun, maybe gun going once, maybe the gun going off twice, I don't know. He said he was sorry early on. I'm not sure exactly what he's sorry for because he doesn't believe that he denies the offense at this particular point. I appreciate the victim coming on and sharing the trauma that still is involved in their lives at this point and what it's caused in terms of this disruption of their lives. Mr. Diaz has an EOS of August of this year. He does have probation to follow. I'm going to be honest with you, I'm struggling with it. I think he could use the initial supervision before going out. That maybe would get him some more of his, make sure he does his medication, make sure he goes to his mental health services that he needs. And then it would be transferred over to probation for 5 years. So that's not, even though he might be released, he's still going to be under pretty strict supervision for the next 6 years maybe or so. There is a protective order already outstanding. She probably could go back and maybe add some conditions to that protective order that would be kind of make her feel safe. I have not read anything where there's been any threats made from Mr. Diaz at this point to her. Such a short time between now and his EOS. I think I'd like to see him get supervision. I think I'd like to hear from my colleagues at this particular point right now. I would be willing to grant him his discretionary parole today because he would still have to take his DV in the community again. So he'd be involved with that as well. So he'd have some services that would be put in place for him on his release. But I am struggling with the story at this point. I mean, I would like to have seen him take responsibility for the fact this happened. And it would seem to me that the incident of 2 accidental shootings, firearms with the weapon, just don't seem reasonable to me.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. So I in agreement with much of what you said, that Mr. Diaz, the offense itself is incredibly concerning, and Mr. Diaz seems to take responsibility for very little of it. There seems to be a pattern of behaviors for which Mr. Diaz previously participated in a domestic violence program. In review of the pre-sentence report, there's also additional verifications of prior incidents. Mr. Diaz has no criminal history. He does score low for risk to recidivate. He has taken the domestic violence program, which is what we would want him to do. I guess my struggle is with that Mr. Diaz does not appear to have insight into the offense and his role in it. And that, I think, also goes to his version that many of the incidents reported did not occur. There is several indications throughout the documents that we read that there is an issue with alcohol, whether Mr. Diaz chooses to acknowledge it or not. And I was troubled when I was asking Mr. Diaz about the effects of alcohol with his mental health needs, and he, as a physician, also didn't seem to understand the adverse effect of that as well. I appreciate that Mr. Diaz has no disciplinary reports. There is a protective order in place. However, at this point, I don't see Mr. Diaz as being suitable for parole because I'm not seeing that evidence of offender change that I would appreciate seeing in a situation such as this. There doesn't seem to be the underlying factors in here do appear to be not addressed or not recognized by Mr. Diaz in a way in which I think makes him suitable for parole today. So I at this point, I'm not finding Mr. Diaz suitable for discretionary parole. Ms. Applesassen?
So I think in terms of what you were discussing, one of my concerns is the interplay between what happened that night in terms of the mental health piece, the interplay with possible substances, and did that actually create a scenario where he doesn't exactly recall what happened as opposed to not taking responsibility. I think medication compliance and supervision are going to be key moving forward. In terms of the victim, if there is a situation where he is unaware of her whereabouts, I think that that's a matter in terms of they share a grandchild, there's family issues, there's still going to need to be work done in order to navigate what that release plan looks like in terms of contact with family members. And I think that the ability to have significant supervision is very important in terms of medication compliance and whatever that release plan looks like. In terms of offender change, I guess I would be interested to hear from my colleagues who have more experience than I do, what else could be done between now and August to effectuate better offender change and understanding.
Good voice.
Right, and unfortunately,
Fine. I'll just write it up.
yeah. So I think a couple of factors have been brought up by my colleagues for me. One is the release plan. There is, it is to reside with his son. His son has agreed that he would do that, provide housing and a residence for Mr. Diaz and provide support. And as colleagues Zaposasu brought up, there is going to be other things to navigate. I'm sure Mr. Diaz has thought of. In terms of offender change, I guess what concerns me most, and unfortunately, Mr. Diaz has not been put forward for addiction services, whether that's because of where he is at the current time, but he scores a 4 for his substance abuse.
Yeah.
He doesn't recognize the need for that. He doesn't recognize that he has an issue with alcohol, and not being a clinician, I'm not 100% sure what to do with that. But I do believe that in order for Mr. Diaz to have the best opportunity for success in the community and protection to the victim, that some
Addictions.
addiction services would be beneficial. Now, I keep denying parole. There's 9 months roughly to end a sentence, 8-9 months, whether or not that can occur. But I also wonder, if there has been an opportunity for him to attend some sort of support meetings, whether it's of NA, whether on his tablet or within the facility. I'm not
You think
100%
not
sure.
bring him back 6 months and that would give him 3 months out on supervision?
I would not bring it back. I think it's too short of amount of time. But I do appreciate you're wondering what would affect offender change. Rodriguez.
I can see that. I agree. I believe he could have used this. That's why I asked early on in my questioning with him about his addiction service, why he didn't consider taking that. But if he doesn't feel he has an alcohol problem, I don't even know how that would.
Yeah, and it is to his, defense. It's not on his OAP. So,
No,
but,
it's not.
and
Even with that high number.
yeah, and if Mr. Diaz recognized or thought he had some issues with alcohol, I'm sure he could have requested some type of services, but he's not in that place.
And he's turning 70
Mhm.
next month. And at that point, knowing that there's an additional 5 years over his head, it would seem to me that there would be motivation to comply with medication and everything else in terms of the rollout of his potential discretionary parole.
So you're in
I
favor of?
think, yeah.
Are you in favor as well?
That would be one of the stipulated, that'd be medication. Why?
Right. So for conditions, no alcohol. Mental health evaluation and treatment, community-based treatment for domestic violence,
Correct.
and no victim.
No contact.
No, it's fine.
Anything else?
That's for me, that's all I have.
What is the difference between the two, the evaluation and the treatment one? Because I think the medication compliance is important.
Typically, we only order medication compliance when there's an issue of non-compliance,
So that doesn't apply.
and it affects public safety.
Okay.
So in the matter of Wilfredo Diaz, 440371, there's a motion to grant parole on or after May 20th, 2025, with the following stipulations: no alcohol, mental health evaluation and treatment, community-based treatment for domestic violence, no contact with the victim, ID. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Aye. So, Mr. Diaz, you were voted to parole by majority decision. Do you understand the conditions that we've stipulated?
Excuse me. Can you say again when you started the sentence? Just start over again.
Yes. So you have been granted parole today,
Okay.
all right? And we have imposed a number of conditions for that parole. Did you hear the conditions that we imposed?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
And we have a date of May 20th, 2025 as your parole date.
Okay, so I'm not granted parole now. I granted parole, but it's in May.
Correct. All right, good luck to you.
Well, thank you very much. Okay, good day for everybody.
This concludes the hearing for Wilfredo Diaz, 440371. Mr. Diaz, you're all set.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Mr. Diaz, I would
Yes,
consider an addiction services kind of program when you are released. Getting involved in something that helps you with that.
Like I said before, I don't have any problem with that. In terms of if it's mandated by the court or by you guys, I don't have any problem. See, but I have a question. Do I have to go into parole, like video hearing?
So all that, Mr. Diaz, all that will be explained to you. Okay? Good luck to you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You're welcome.
Mr. Silva.
Who do you have, sir? Who's that? Is that Mr. Silva?
Yes.
All right, thank you so much.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Goncalves-Silva.
Good morning.
My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Wednesday, January 8th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Good morning, panel member Rodriguez.
Good morning. Happy
And
New
I'm
Year.
Ellen Zappo Sasso.
Please state
Nice
your
to
name.
meet you.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
The whole name,
Yes, your whole name, please, sir.
Thiago Goncalves, Thiago Antonio Goncalves-Silva,
And your inmate number?
442249.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Thiago Goncalves-Silva, 442249. He is serving a sentence of 2 years and 5 months and 5 days, followed by 18 months probation for a violation of probation. The underlying charge is burglary third, and then he has an additional charge of illegal operation of a motor vehicle under the influence of alcohol or drugs. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of August 23rd, 2024. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has not completed any programs. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Goncalves-Silva, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I think I should be granted parole because I want to continue my treatments when I get out, go back to work, and enjoy my family. And I gotta help my dad pay the mortgage and a lot of things. You understand?
Anything else?
No, I just want to continue to my treatment, take my meds, and go back to work. That's it.
Okay.
I regret the things I did. You understand? I learned my mistakes.
Okay. Thank you for that. So you know why we're here today?
Over here,
So
Prison.
we're here. Yeah. Well, do you know what this hearing is for today?
yeah.
Okay. It's for parole. And we're
Uh-huh.
going to be asking you some questions and then we'll make our decision at the end of questioning.
All right.
Okay. So Mr. Mr. Goncalves-Silva, I'll start with the questioning. So you've done pretty well at the facility. You have had one problem. You got in a fight back in May.
No, it wasn't a fight. I was in a cell sleeping. He punched me and I was sleeping. And then I ran after him. I didn't do nothing.
Okay.
That's what I did. I ran after him. Then they say it was even if I ran, there's a fighting ticket. If I ran after somebody.
Okay. All right. So, and then while you've been there, you've been participating in mental health services.
Yeah, and I should have a job for a year too.
You have a job there. What are you doing?
Pressing the trays.
Say that again?
Food, passing the
kitchen.
trays, the food in the kitchen.
That's in the trays. Okay. How long have you been doing that?
Now it was on A, B block and C block for a year.
For a year. Good for you.
Then I came to H block, and then I have no job.
Okay. So you're not working now, but you were working before.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Now, you're here for a violation of probation. Why were you having so much trouble on probation?
I had no trouble. The thing is, what happened was he took 5,000 and he used to search my car. He took some money in my car. The next morning, I called him on the cell phone, arguing with him, saying he said that was a threat.
Okay. So, Mr.
I never went to probation, none of that.
Okay. So, Mr. Goncalves-Silva, so were you attending mental health treatment while you were on probation?
Yeah,
You were. Okay. Were you compliant with going to treatment?
yeah, I was thinking everything was good.
Okay. But you were testing positive for drugs in the community.
No, it was a program I should do, and that was the CA. In the beginning, I was smoking weed a little bit because after work, I work on landscaping. You understand? And then I should smoke a little bit. That's it. I don't smoke too much.
Right. Why did you have the fake urine in your car?
I didn't.
No?
No,
Well, that's what the report says.
I don't know. I
Okay.
had nothing in my car. Yeah, I have money. Listen, some guy show up to the probation office saying that he know me. I don't know. And the guy that went over there in the probation office with me when I'm being assigned me, went with them to search my car. I don't know why. And then the money disappeared. I don't know who took my money. $5,000.
That's a lot of money to have. It's a lot of money to have in your car.
I know, but I sold my car. I had M5 BMW. I sold it. That was half of it. I was gonna buy another car.
You also have a driving under the influence while you were out in the community. So you were drinking and driving.
Yes, that's
Okay.
it.
And you were supposed to have the ignition lock in your car.
Yeah, I
Were
always
you
did.
using it properly?
Yeah,
You were.
yeah.
Nobody
And for me
else
to-
was.
No, for me to get my license back, I need to put it back in my car.
Is your license suspended right now?
Yeah, because I need to put it back, and then they're gonna give me my license back. I need to use it for 4 more months.
And I know I asked you this before. So you're participating in mental health services right now?
Yeah,
And how's it going?
everything is okay.
It's okay?
I
Have you
like my
talked-
meds. I like the way I feel my meds. Nothing's bothering me. You understand? I take an injection a month. A
Okay.
butterfly.
And have you talked to mental health about getting services when you're released?
Yes.
Okay. And where would you do that? Do you know?
On Triangle Street, Danbury.
Okay.
I don't know
Have
the
you,
name of the place.
you've been there before?
Yeah.
Okay. Were you compliant when you were on probation with your medications?
Yes.
Okay. Doesn't seem that way.
What do you mean?
Well, it seems like your behavior is a little erratic, like you were maybe not really thinking properly.
No. I was going to a program in probation. I was doing good. He violated me because of the thing I called him. That's the only reason they violate me. And
Well, Mr. Gonzalez-Silva, there's a lot of reasons why they say they violated you. They said that you were testing positive for drugs other than marijuana, and that somebody else was blowing into the ignition lock system.
no. I don't have no friends in Danbury. I just moved to there. And I drive by myself all the time. I have my own landscaping company. That's all I do with my dad. I just work with my dad. I go home, go to the gym. Nobody was blowing. The thing is, when I got arrested, my dad blow sometimes to take it back to the mechanic to take it off.
Okay, but okay. So he's not allowed to do that.
No,
Just
but
so,
that was
even
the
to-
only,
Mr.
that's the only
Gonzalez,
way to take it off.
well, I'm just gonna, you'll have to work that out in a different way because that is part of the problem. So you're
No,
gonna,
it's-
so hold on a second. So you're gonna release and live with your mother?
Yes,
All right. Were you living with your mother before?
yes,
All right. And that's a good place for you to go?
yes.
Okay. How do you get back and forth to treatment?
I drive.
You drive? Okay, well, you're gonna have to fix your license when you get out. So
I
is your
know.
mother and your sister helpful with getting around?
Yes,
Okay. All right.
but
And
it
you-
might take me 3 weeks to get my license back.
Yeah, yeah, at least, right.
Yeah, uh-huh.
Okay. All right, Mr. Gonzalez-Silva, thank you.
All right.
Steph,
You're welcome.
Good morning. I have a question for you about the night that you were found in someone's home, and this is the burglary that you were charged with, where you were sleeping on someone's couch, and according to the report, you did not know these people, but you somehow ended up in their home
Mm-hmm.
on their couch without clothes and with some blood on you. Can you tell me what happened that night? Do you remember?
Listen, I was with 10 girls in the bar. It wasn't somebody's birthday. And then I don't remember nothing. They probably put something on my drink, or I don't know. All I remember, I woke up in the hospital with my handcuffs. They said they found me in the house, somebody's sofa. That's what happened. Somebody stabbed me in the back. Somebody stabbed me, a big stab in the back. Maybe it was, I don't know. I think some girls bring me there. Understand? It wasn't a robbery. Even the lady from the house, they talked to my lawyer. They said it wasn't a robbery. But I'm telling the truth. I don't remember nothing.
Okay.
It wasn't a robbery. I don't need to do robberies. I got a good life. You understand?
Okay.
They talked to them. They said it wasn't a robbery, and they still charged me with the robbery. I had to pay for the I paid for the sofa, and then that was it.
So, Mr. Silva, you've been at the facility for a little over a year, and you did talk about your job in the kitchen, but you
Yeah.
haven't done any other programs, and I don't understand how there's nothing on an offender action plan, but have you voluntarily participated in any programs while you have been there?
They was having programs in the block, on the H block.
Can you tell me about them?
Man, I was just talking about everything that what happens in the H block, and like how you feel, how your trimming's going, what you want to do when you get out and stuff like that.
I don't have any other questions.
Thank you. Mr. Rodriguez?
Madam Chair, I don't have any question.
And Mr. Gonzalez, when you talk to my colleague about the H block programs, is that a group that you sit around and
Yeah,
meet with? Is there somebody from the prison that organizes the group?
no, the mental health worker.
Mental health organizes it?
Yeah, uh-huh.
Okay. Is you find that helpful?
Yeah.
Perfect. All
Right
right,
now
thank
they're
you.
not having, in the end of the year, they stop. They're gonna continue this month.
Oh, they stopped and now they're going to start again?
Yeah,
All right.
they stop for like 3 weeks for the
Okay,
holidays.
I understand. And how often does that group meet?
Two times a week.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good. All right, thank you. We're going to deliberate about your case now and give you our decision.
All right.
All right, so
Thank
just,
you.
you can just listen. So, Mr. Gonzalez-Silva, I think the primary issue is his mental health needs. All the information that I've read shows that he's compliant. Part of his plan, he readily includes is the need to continue with mental health treatment and his medication. The underlying charges are concerning, but I do think that his risk can be balanced with his mental health treatment in the community in terms of stability. He does have his mother to go to as a support in the community. She's agreed to sponsor him. He has a place already where he can go for treatment. His record is minimal. He is a moderate risk to recidivate, but I would be willing to grant him discretionary parole. It's about 10 months, and then he'll have 18 months of probation to follow, which I think will be beneficial in terms of helping him stabilize with a treatment facility.
I agree. I think that based on the presentation today and what we've identified as his needs, that an extended period for him to come into the community with some verified supports is going to make that transition much more easier and hopefully more successful.
Thank you.
I would
Mr. Rodriguez?
I would concur that.
Thank you. And conditions, I had no alcohol.
I did too.
Mental health evaluation and treatment,
No driving.
no driving. Anything else?
So he's gonna be with us some other.
Right. Okay. So in the matter of Thiago Goncalves-Silva, 442249, there's a motion to grant parole on or after today's date, which is January 8th, 2025, with the following stipulations. No alcohol use, mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary, no operation of a motor vehicle without the parole officer's permission. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries. So, Mr. Gonzalez-Silva, you've been granted parole today. So somebody will be in contact with you about your release and what you'll need to do for parole.
Yes, but and I'm not gonna be able to drive.
You'll have to get your license back and get permission from the parole officer.
Because I drive my trailer. I really
Okay.
need it.
You can't drive until you have your license back.
I know.
Until parole says it's okay.
Okay,
Okay? So
Thank
good luck
you.
to you. This
so
concludes,
somebody gonna come talk to me?
yes,
All right, and tell me the day, right?
yes.
All right, thank you. Have a
You're
good day.
welcome.
This concludes the parole hearing from Thiago Goncalves-Silva, 42249.
That's it?
That's it, you're all set.
All right, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Wednesday, January 8th, 2025. Inmate James Clodfelter, 299906, has waived his appearance at this hearing, but the hearing will proceed to set special parole conditions. Board members, please state your names for the record.
Deborah Smith Palmieri,
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Ellen Zoppo Sasso.
On August 2nd, 2021, the offender was returned to custody for absconding his special parole. He received a new parole eligible sentence. This hearing is being held so the board can set special parole conditions. Has the board reached a decision?
yes, we have. So in the matter of James Clodfelter, 299906, I make a motion to set the following stipulations. Community-based treatment for problem sexual behavior. Problem sexual behavior treatment, no contact with minors, and no computer access. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
This concludes the case review for James Clodfelter, 299906.
Now, on this next case, I reached out to the chair because they didn't think that we did a no contact with parole officers or police officers. She said for the parole officer that we should, and we wouldn't for the police officer unless he asks, or unless they ask.
I feel like we asked that question when we were in that day.
Yes. I reached out to her specifically.
Okay.
So that was the direction I got. Because I thought the same thing. All set.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Wednesday, January 8th, 2025. This is a case review for Patrick Lexis, 370866, to adjust special parole conditions. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents available for information of this hearing.
Deborah Smith Palmieri,
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Ellen Zoppo Sasso.
Has the board reached a decision?
yes. So the field's request is to add a stipulation for no contact with the parole officer and the state trooper that were involved in this incident. We will wait for the state police to make that specific request, and with respect to the parole officer, I'll make a motion of no contact with parole officer DeCina. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
This concludes the case review for Patrick Lexis, 370866. We are back, we're back on the record for James Clodfelter, 299906. Has the board reached a decision?
Yeah, so in addition, so we did set the special parole conditions, but we will rescind that as Mr. Clodfelter is serving a new sentence, which his end of sentence date is scheduled for May 10th, 2025. His special parole date to end is March 7th, 2025. The board is making a motion that Mr. Clodfelter will remain to end of his special parole term, March 7th, 2025. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. So the special parole conditions are rescinded.
Thank you. This completes the case review for James Clodfelter, 299906.
Yeah, I knew that.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Kosa.
Good morning.
My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Wednesday, January 8th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Morning, panel member Rodriguez.
And I'm Ellen Zappo Sasso.
Good morning.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Nicholas Kosa, 445001.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Nicholas Kosa, 445001. He is serving a sentence of 5 years, executed suspended after serving 3 years, followed by 5 years probation for possession with intent to sell. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of January 26, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has completed Tier 2, Smart Recovery, and NA. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Kosa, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I believe I should be granted parole because while incarcerated, I've taken the advantage of all the opportunities in here to change my life for the better. I believe coming here did change my life. It really helped me take a seat and look back at all the destructive behaviors I had, and really made me appreciate all of the things in life that I was taking advantage of.
Okay, Mr. Kosa, thank you for that. For the record, his probation term is 3 years, not 5 years. I just checked it on, double checked
Sorry
it on
about
that. No worries. So just so we're clear on the record. So Mr. Kosa, we are going to be asking you some questions this morning. When we're done with our questions, we'll make a decision. We'll deliberate and make a decision about your parole.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Ms. Zappo Sasso will begin with questions this morning.
Good morning, Mr. Kosa.
Good morning.
So in coming here this morning, we've had the opportunity to read a variety of reports and accounts of what happened. But I was hoping that as we determine suitability and determine offender change and responsivity, you could take some time to talk to us about what brought you to that point in time that you did what you did at New Haven.
Okay. So I've struggled with the drug problem for a long time, since I was about 14 years old. I've been to rehab twice, and before I became a corrections officer, I was trying to change my life for the better, as I always have been. And as an addict, sometimes you think that, if you change where you live, if you change your job, things will just automatically change and things will get better. In this case, it didn't. I cleaned myself up for a little while. I learned I got the job, and as I was in the academy, I started to slowly slip. And it wasn't easy to ask for help because I made my family very proud, and I didn't want to seem like a failure, even though I know they would have supported me 100% if I told them I was using again. So, I got to the facility, I started working, and I started talking to an inmate, and the door opened, and, I made a terrible decision and a mistake, and I'm sorry. You know, I'm not a bad person. The drug seeking behavior kicked in, and I wasn't, how do I say this? I've grown a lot more in the past 18 months than I have in the past 10 years of my life. I've been able to sit back and just evaluate everything and really dive deep and rediscover who I am as a person by being sober for this long. I haven't been this sober since I was probably a teenager, since I was 14. Coming to this facility, I think, was very crucial in that, because if I went to another facility, I would have been in protective custody. I wouldn't have been able to do any programs. I had a mental health clinician on my unit. I was able to utilize that a lot. I was able to attend groups, and yeah, you know, what led me to this point was really drugs, and it's destroyed my life for a while, and it's not going to happen anymore.
So I think that we can all appreciate the very stark reality of it is a disease, and it seems to me that you've now reconciled that. When you went to treatment before, when you were younger, in those outplacement facilities, I'm assuming with the support of your family, what did you learn there, and why do you think that it wasn't as successful as you're projecting that it's been now? What's the mindset change?
I was young. I was naive. I went my first one when I was 17. It was a 28-day program. I was in there with a bunch of kids. It didn't click for me. I went again when I was 22 to Florida. I was away from home. I was in a different state. It didn't click for me. What did it for me this time is realizing that the past 15 years of my life, 15 years, you know, it's a long time, that's all led me to this point. I feel like those programs didn't work because I didn't really have to sit with myself as I have had to now for these past 18 months. I still had freedoms. I was able to go outside. I was able to, eat what I wanted, and just when everything gets stripped away from you, it really, really changes everything. I feel like coming to prison has been the ultimate rehab for me, because I've had to miss my family. I've had to sit with the feelings that I've been dealing with for so long. I had to really search inside of me to try to reconcile those feelings. In rehab, yeah, I could have done that, but as I said before, I was young. I'm 30 years old now, and this is gonna sound kind of dumb, but I should have listened to my dad my whole life. My dad was right about everything. He said, drugs are either gonna lead you to jail or death. Been to jail, and I don't want to die. I love my family. The most important thing to me in this world. And I was just young and I was dumb, and I've grown a lot now.
So when you've been in for how long, Mr. Kosa?
Since August 8th, 2023, so about 17 months.
Okay. So in that period of time, you have done an impressive number of programs geared toward recovery. So it would be helpful to me, and I'm sure my colleagues, if you could just quickly go through and talk about the sequence of, what you learned in Tier 2, the SMART recovery, and any other programs that brought you along this path that you've been talking about with us.
Yep. So Tier 2, what I take away from that was mainly triggers, I think. Sitting with myself, kind of being bored and being dormant is a big trigger for me. Not being busy. A lot of things I learned in Tier 2, is people, places, things, what I've taken away my whole life from drugs and going to programs and stuff and rehabs, Smart recovery was different. Smart recovery, you know, really kind of broke things down. Like made you think about like events that happened in your life. There was this paper we would do, and it would tell you kind of like what was the activating event, what do you believe about that event, how do you still feel about that event that happened. It was more like that. I feel like smart recovery was set in place a good relapse prevention plan, and I kind of came up with an acronym for like a relapse prevention plan, if I could tell you guys if that's okay. So I call it like ACT. So first would be accountability. So if you feel like you're going to relapse, or you did relapse, you know, you have to get accountable right away. You could either tell somebody, you know, obviously lean on your supports and tell them. So if you can't hold yourself accountable, they can hold you accountable. The C would be control. So control those feelings and emotions that led you to wanting to relapse or relapsing. The first T would be kind of treat. So like treat the problem in which made you have these feelings and emotions which led you to relapsing or wanting to relapse. And then the fourth T would be to talk about it. Talk about what the problem is and talk about all those three things before, and it kind of leads all the way back into the accountability part, because if you talk about it, you're kind of holding yourself accountable and other people will hold you accountable for it.
No, that was my next question, was how you're going to handle your release plan. With your substance abuse, what were your drugs of choice? We have reference to cocaine. We also saw that you had been taking opiates based on an injury that happened. What else were you doing?
It was mainly opiates and cocaine. In the beginning, it was opiates. You know, when the opiate pandemic happened, you know, when I was 14, my brother had given me one, my oldest brother, and it kind of set me on a path for destruction. And then as I got older, I got out of rehab for the second time, and, you know, that's when I got into the other substance.
So in terms of your relapse plan, how are you going to avoid some of those triggers? You mentioned that you have a brother that was part of the issue as it developed. I'm
Yes.
sure you have other people from that part of your life that you may or may not encounter. How are you going to balance that against clearly the family support that you do have and hopefully will continue?
Yeah. So starting with my brother, we've moved way past that. You know, my parents didn't talk for him for a while. He's got clean himself. He doesn't want to see me down this road. You know, I forgive my brother. My parents finally forgave my brother. And friends, you know, I'm kind of like a homebody. When I would use, it would kind of be on my own. You know what I mean? I didn't hang out with people that did that. It was kind of a secret that I had to keep away. You know what I mean? But if I do encounter it, as I'm sure I will, and I'm sure I'll be asked, I know I have too much to lose. I know where it brought me and where it can bring me, and I know that everything has spent all these days, and as I said before, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. My parents, they lost a child when she was very young, and I can't put my family through that ever again.
Those are all of my questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Rodriguez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Kosa.
Good morning, sir.
This is a sad kind of case for me to read. You know, young man, you got a real opportunity to have a job, a career that could have been very long, and, you know, and somehow, even though you saw these guys that were in jail for similar things, somehow you got trapped up in it. And I don't know that, I mean, I would assume that part of it is probably your addiction, but it would seem to me that there was money made in this as well. Were you making money out of this as well?
So I didn't make any money out of this. I actually got paid in drugs. That's how bad my addiction was at the time.
Yeah. You took an oath before you took that job, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, this was a very sad, but you know what? I'm glad to see that you've utilized your time since you've been there, and that you've given some serious thought to moving forward in your life. I like the fact that you did, look at your relapse prevention plan and kind of create something that you could, utilize, not just, at any time, really. If you find yourself in a situation, you can go right back to this outline that you've created for yourself on how you want to handle it and go back to it. And that kind of shows me that to some degree, you've really given some serious thought to how you want to handle this. The outside is very difficult right now. A lot of challenges on the outside at this point. So this is probably going to be very critical for you, because it would seem to me that the things that have happened to you in your life are related to your substance abuse issues. And you're still young enough to kind of create a life for yourself.
Yes, sir.
So I don't really have a lot of questions for you, because my colleague, asked some of the questions that I would have asked. But I hope that you kind of continue along this path of self-discovery and growth for yourself to be able to put your life back together. Good luck to you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. So, Mr. Kosa, we are all done with the question portion of the hearing today. We'll deliberate and give you our decision in just a few
Yes.
minutes.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
That was us.
So again, I think that this case for me, coming into it, I read it as a very serious one. I was very pleasantly surprised to see the level of offender change and introspection that Mr. Kosa has brought to the conversation about his almost lifelong addiction, which he has now recognized as a disease. He's recognized it as something that he needs to conquer with the support of a solid plan, with the support of his family, which he continues to have. I would like to note that the conviction of possession with intent to sell, it's a very generic term for something that actually doubles as a very serious violation of public trust based on the position that you were in at the time. But as you heard from one of my colleagues, you're young, you have the opportunity to recreate yourself and to continue that self-discovery and growth. You have done the programs that we would have required you to do and had hoped that you would do. It appears that this time, and we know that sometimes it takes more than one time to get someone into a successful recovery mode. It does appear from how you're talking that you have acknowledged that. You were very honest about the fact that you could identify the time when you started to feel things to slip, and that pride got in the way of you not notifying your family or others that you were using again, because you didn't want them to be disappointed. You've acknowledged that 15 years of your life have passed with this hovering over your head. And you also were very honest about how past programs didn't stick, and that this stint in the facility has been your ultimate rehab. I believe that based on what we hear today, that Mr. Kosa is a candidate for discretionary parole, and I would put forward that he would need mental health evaluation to continue within the community if he were to be granted.
Thank you. Mr. Rodriguez?
Madam Chair, I would agree with my colleague. I would agree that there probably should have been an additional charge of public trust. I mean, this is, you took an oath, you kind of broke that oath. But again, as we shared, I've seen some change in him based on what he said. I would hope that he continues the work that he's continuing. Seems to have a relapse plan that may work for him, that he's put some thought into. I would also be supportive of discretionary parole today.
Thank you. As would I. Mr. Kosa is a very young man, all things considered, and has a lot of life ahead of him. I think he's got a good release plan. I hope he will put his money where his mouth is and engage in a lot of in the recovery community, which is very strong right now in Connecticut. Lots of opportunity for support and to have safe spaces to be. So in the matter of Nicholas Kosa, 445001, there's a motion to grant parole on or after January 26, 2025, with a condition of mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Congratulations, Mr. Kosa. You have been granted parole. We wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
This concludes the parole hearing for Nicholas Kosa, 445001. You're all set, Mr. Kosa.
Thank you.
All right, all right. So hey, thank you guys for tuning in. For those of you that are listening right now, the next hearing should be starting shortly. And and man, it looks like this is the housing complex. If you look to the right, where the 145 on the doors at, it looks like that's their living area. Anyhow, I was checking out what's in store for the hearing in Oregon. That I'm gonna start at 8:15, and the the monster that's up next, he's gonna be a pimp, and I wish I could make this up. So he's a pimp that stomped out. Um, man, what word can I use here? His his prostitute. Um, he stomped her out with some Nikes. Then years later, he sues Nikes because Nike didn't put a warning label that they're dangerous. Anyhow, I'm gonna step out for a bit. I'll be back about 8 to get the other stream going, and I'm uh, I'm sure it's gonna be a doozy. Anyhow, hey, thank you guys for watching. The next hearing or the next individual should be up shortly. We'll just go ahead and wait around and see when they show up. All right, I'll be back.
Have a seat, dude.
Good morning, Mr. Hines.
Morning.
My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Wednesday, January 8th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Good morning, panel member Rodriguez.
Good morning, I'm Ellen Zappo Sasu.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Vinroy Hines. 365054.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Vinroy Hines 365054. He is serving a sentence of 19 years followed by 7 years special parole for attempt to commit assault first, 2 counts of assault first, kidnap first, violation of a protective order, assault on public safety, and weapon in a correction institution. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of February 28, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed domestic violence and tier 2. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the low range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Hines, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Well, I think I have changed throughout the years. I really do feel like I'll change and should be granted parole, not just for me, but for my kids.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hines. Anything else?
No, miss.
All right, thank you. So this morning, we will be asking you some questions. When we're done with our questions, we will deliberate and give you our decision. Mr. Rodriguez will begin with our questions this morning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Hines.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah. Thank you so much for just sharing that little you shared. Well, it's our responsibility today to figure out whether we should be letting you out earlier than you expect to come out. Right? And the way that we do that is we listen to what you have to say to see how you have changed since you've been there. And you've been there for quite a while, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So we need to understand that you've made some real change. I know you said you've made some changes, but we need to know what those changes are. So that's number one. I want to start out a little bit first, though, with the offense that occurred in this situation. Because I read that you deny the offense. Do you still deny it? Or do you take responsibility for it?
Take responsibility.
Okay, because I know in your discussion with the parole officer, you still said you didn't throw the person out of the car, you didn't stab the person. And can you clarify that for me? Because I want to be sure I understand you correctly.
I'm taking responsibility.
Does that mean you did the offense, you committed the offense?
No, I didn't do it.
So what are you taking responsibility for?
It's better to just go that way, that road.
Well, I mean, I want you to take responsibility for what you really believe you were responsible for. You were not responsible for this offense.
No,
And you're charged with quite a few things, right?
excuse me?
You're charged with quite a few things. There's a variety of other things. You also have a charge of assaulting on a public safety officer. Are you responsible for that?
Oh, yes,
You are responsible for doing that.
yes, sir.
Couple of just informational things for you. You realize that you have an immigration detainer?
Yes,
So if we let you go, even if you get out, you'll be going to immigration first. Okay. You also understand that you have a protective order,
yes, sir.
and it goes to 1999. Can you tell me what that means?
2029, Mr. Rodriguez.
I have 99. Sorry, 2029.
No, 2099. I think you said 1999.
Did I? I'm sorry. 2099. Can you tell me what that means for you? What it means to have that protective order?
It's rough. It's rough. Because my intentions are to see my children when I get out.
And that will be hard, correct? So
Yes.
what would you do to handle that?
I can you go to my family and play the right road.
Family what?
I can go to my family.
And you try to see your children through your family?
Right.
You've taken some programs, right?
Yes.
I have you completing domestic violence,
Completed.
and you did complete domestic violence?
Yes.
How long ago?
Couple months.
Do you remember what you learned from that?
Some of it.
Well, can you share with us what you learned from that? Because those are the kinds of things that we want to know about if we're going to consider letting you out. What is it that you learned from domestic violence? Are you nervous?
Not really. Okay, so what I learned is this. I had to be more calmer and be patient.
Can you tell me what a healthy relationship looks like?
Okay. What a healthy relationship look like? That's a question, right?
Can you tell me what a healthy relationship looks like? What makes a healthy relationship?
Okay. A healthy relationship looks like honesty, fairness,
Is that all you want to say? About trust?
Trust and honesty.
You also have taken tier 2, correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you just share with us a little bit about what you learned from tier 2?
Tier 2.
Do you remember the program?
I don't remember.
It was an addiction program. It was about addiction.
Well, addiction. I don't drink. Yeah, I don't drink anymore. So, I don't take.
Okay. I want to talk about something, but you don't have to go into any kind of specifics because we're on video, okay? But you're taking treatment now, mental health treatment?
Yes, sir.
Are you seeing somebody? How often are you seeing someone?
Well, every other day, sometimes.
Are you also taking medication?
Yes,
And do you take it regularly?
every day.
Every day. So let's say you were to be let out, right? What's going to be your plan?
Well, I have to start by first getting a job. And then get a attorney so I can see my kids, so I can take away the protective order. So I get to see my kids.
But you're also going to have to deal with immigration first. You have an attorney for that?
No, sir.
Okay, Madam Chair, I don't have any additional questions at this point. I don't have any additional questions for you this morning, right now. I'm going to wait to see what my colleagues have to say, and then if I have any additional questions, I'll ask you, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you for answering my questions.
So I'd like to inquire with my colleagues. I'd like to talk a little bit more about his mental health needs.
Okay.
Do we want to go into executive session?
Yeah, don't do that, yeah.
Okay. So, Mr. Hines, I'd like to talk to you a little bit more about your mental health needs, and we're going to go into executive session so we can talk in more detail. So we will not be live streaming to the public. Okay?
Okay.
All right, we're going to need you to ask the CEO to come in because we're going to need to disconnect and reconnect.
Good afternoon.
Hi there, sir, 1 second.
Morning, officer.
Good morning.
The board is going to go into executive session. So what I'm going to need your help doing is that I just need you to hang up on your end. And in a few moments, a new call is going to come off. A new call is going to come through. for you to answer that's not connected to the public live streams so that they can speak to him privately. And then when they're done, you can just rejoin the invite on your tablet.
Okay.
Are we muted or no?
No.
Mr. Edwards? Could you just ask the officer to step in the room for a moment? Good morning, officer. I did mute your room, so I can't hear you at the moment. But I did call to give an update. The board was running behind on the Garner cases, so I was looking to be a little bit after 11:30 is when we'd be ready for Edwards. I don't hear you because you're muted. If you want to unmute.
All right, what time would you like them in the room?
It might be maybe 11:40 at this point. They're just running a little late. I did try to call and give an update. They're currently speaking to someone at Garner. And there's one person just be seen after they finish.
Okay, we do have, I believe it's probation at 2. I can confirm, but I think it was probation at 2 o'clock in this room. Are you guys gonna finish by then, or are we gonna run beyond that so I can give them a heads up?
I know we have the room reserved until 2.
Yep.
At this point, I'm not sure how quickly the board will proceed with these cases, but I can try to get an update and we can work on that.
Okay, I appreciate that. Do you want me to
Thank
remute?
Yes, for the time being.
All right, I'll have Edward sit on the outside here, and then I'll have him back in here about 11:45.
Okay, thank you. And if we're ahead of schedule, I'll reach back out to you and let you know.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
and take him at least to immigration.
All set?
All set, thank you.
Thank you.
The camera might move.
We are back on the record in the case of Vinroy Hines, 365054.
Okay, so Mr. Hines, I would like to review with you one more time what your plan is when you're released from prison.
My plans are to get me a good job, get me a job and get an attorney so I could get to see my children.
Okay, and you want to live with your mother?
I'm gonna live on the 3rd floor.
On the 3rd floor? Have you always lived with your family?
No,
No? You've lived on your own?
yes,
Okay. In your own apartment, separate from your family's house?
yes,
Okay. And have you talked with your mother about needing to participate in mental health treatment in the community?
no,
No? Have you thought about what kind of treatment you need when you're in the community so you can be successful?
no,
No? Okay. Has anybody talked to you about what you need to do when you're back in the community?
no.
What do you think you need to do? Beside get a job and get an attorney, what else do you need to do?
Be a good person.
Okay, that's important. What do you know what will help you be a good person? You talked about relaxing, being calm. How do you make that happen?
Be a better person.
Okay. If I said that I think you need to get mental health treatment in the community like you're getting at the prison, what would you think? Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. And why would you agree?
I think maybe you're looking out for me.
Okay. Okay. Okay, Mr. Hines. Ms. Abusasu?
Yes, Mr. Hines, I just wanted you to tell me about your children. You have 6 kids. When was the last time you had contact with them?
I talked to my 2 of my children. The older one, Jordan, he lives in Bridgeport. And I spoke to my other daughter, Jaden.
How old are they now?
Jordan is 24. And my daughter is 13.
And what about the other kids?
No, I don't speak to them.
Okay. Did your mom come to visit you?
No,
Do you talk to her on the phone?
excuse me?
Do you talk to your mom on the phone?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And how many other family members do you have in Connecticut?
I got my aunt, my sisters, and brother.
Do you have any family in Jamaica?
My father,
Nice. Thank you.
Anything else? Yeah. Mr. Hines, I just want to back up 1 second. Were you drinking when you committed these charges?
yes,
Okay. Do you know, how long have you been sober now? Since you've been in prison?
yes,
Okay. And do you know that alcohol, you cannot take that with medication?
yes,
Okay. And do you agree that you were in the car with the victim
yes,
and that she jumped out of the car?
yes,
And were you yelling at her and assaulting her when she jumped out of the car?
no,
Were you yelling at her?
no,
No? Okay. Do you know that she had a broken nose when she jumped out of when they found her?
I don't know where she got it. He was in the records,
Okay. And your cousin was driving the car?
yes,
Do you have any contact with your cousin?
no,
Does he live at your mother's house?
no, you don't.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Rodriguez, any follow-up?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So, Mr. Hines, we are all done with our questions. So we will now discuss your case and give you our decision in just a few minutes.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Rodriguez.
Very difficult case, sure. Well, first, the charges are very serious in this. There is no prior criminal history, a positive thing. He does have some disciplinary reports, 13, and some of them included violence, including having possession of a shank, which he was arrested for.
Mhm.
He's only been in treatment, from what he shares, in the last 3 years. So he's only been taking his medication and being looked at for 3 years. I do not see any evidence of offender change at this point. I do believe he does need to have treatment upon his release. I am not going to be in favor of his release today. I think that I see him going to his EOS, which would give him another 4 years of treatment while he's in a structured situation. And that would have 7 years of special parole to follow if they don't take him in the detainer, where he could continue getting his treatment. At that point, we would have a solid history of treatment and taking his medication more regularly. My concern would be that he would not follow through in taking his medication outside. That might be problematic. That would be my concern. That's kind of where I'm at this moment. I'm happy to hear what my colleagues have to say.
Now, did you say he had 4 years to the end of his
I have
sentence?
29. That's his EOS. Is that correct?
No, 25. Yeah, 25.
I have in July 2026 for end of sentence.
Have 9/13/25.
So we'll double check that. And in the meantime, so I agree with much of what you said, Mr. Rodriguez. All of that is a concern. Mr. Hines, it obviously would benefit from mental health treatment in the community. He absolutely needs to be continuing to take his medication. I reviewed the documents that we have from the mental health providers at the facility that do indicate he is compliant with taking his medications, that he's been taking them, that there doesn't seem to be any indication that he's resistant to that. He does score low for risk to recidivate. He does have 7 years of special parole to follow this sentence. He has done the Tier 2 program. He's done the domestic violence program. He did have a job for a little bit at the facility as well. His disciplinary reports are all very concerning, although the last one appears to be in 2020. So that is about 4 years ago now. He does have support in the community through his mother. He has stated his intent to continue with his mental health needs in the community and his medications. I get a sense that he likes how he feels when he's on the medication, which I think is a benefit. So he does have an ICE detainer as well. So I would be in favor of granting his discretionary parole today, just based on what we have. I think that he would benefit from the mental health unit through the Office of Parole. And I think that will sort of help him get into the right place. Ms. Zaposasu?
It is a conundrum because I do question the quality and level of community support and family support that he might have. But I don't think that he's where he needs to be within this facility to get the help that he needs. So I would support discretionary parole. I do have, I think I was looking at the wrong form. I do have 6/13/26 as his end of sentence. Is that what you?
That's 6/1/26.
Oh,
6/1/26.
I mean, it's still gonna keep going down.
That's a different,
He's getting earned credit.
that's a different piece of information for me. I don't know, I got 20 times, so like.
Yeah. So it's invert numbers sometimes. So it is roughly,
I would be willing to reconsider
okay.
my due date.
Okay. So when we talk about release and conditions to help Mr. Hines be successful and public safety, I have no alcohol. I did have halfway house just in case it's needed. I wasn't sure if they actually, there was no phone number for his mother provided. So I had halfway house, mental health, treatment and medication compliance.
Contact with victims.
Yep. No contact with victim DW, release to his ICE detainer, and community-based treatment for domestic violence. Anything else?
I mean, in the scope of all that he's dealing with, is that condition the DV one? I just don't know what he's going to come about.
Well, I'd like to leave it on there, and if parole feels like it's too much, they can come back and ask for it to be removed, or they can gauge when he's ready, maybe, to participate in it as well.
And just for clarification, you said mental health treatment and medication compliance.
That's correct. And I have a date of February 28th, 2025. So in the matter of Vinroy Hines, 365054, there's a motion to grant parole on or after February 28th, 2025, with the following stipulations. No alcohol, halfway house placement if needed, mental health treatment with medication compliance, release to his ICE detainer, and community-based treatment for domestic violence, no contact with the victim DW. Do I have a second? All those in favor? Aye. All right, Mr. Hines, we voted you to parole. You have a detainer though from immigration. So before you're out to the community, you'll have to work on that. And before you release, you should also take care of all your mental health needs that will help you in the community. Get set up with that. So we wish you the best of luck. Parole needs a telephone number for your mother.
My mother,
You don't have to give it to us today, but you need to work on getting one for them so they can talk to her.
okay,
Okay? Good luck to you.
thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Vinroy Hines, 365054.
Yes.
Mr. Donovan.
Thank you. We'll be with you shortly, Mr. Donovan.
Hi, how you doing?
We'll be with you shortly. Thank you.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Donovan.
Good morning, how you doing?
Good, thank you. How are you?
I'm all right.
My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Wednesday, January 8th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Mr. Donahue. I'm Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Good morning, panel member Rodriguez.
And I'm
Good morning.
Ellen Zappo Sasu.
Good morning.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Timothy Donovan, 238980.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Timothy Donovan, 238980. He is serving a sentence of 6 years, executed suspended after 3 years, followed by 5 years probation for burglary third, robbery third, and he has a violation of probation. The underlying charge is attempt to commit robbery second with a weapon or dangerous instrument. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of April 15, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has not completed any programs. Mr. Donovan, utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Donovan, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Because I was on parole before and I successfully completed it. I think I should get parole because I'm ready to go back out there in the community and, I'm ready to get back on with my life instead of being here locked up and incarcerated. And what I'm really looking for too is housing because I don't have nowhere to go when I get out. So, I'm looking to get a program. And the Dana house is something I was trying to get myself into, was getting a program so I can have further treatment. So that's the reason was for that.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Okay, so Mr. Donahue, we're going to be asking you some questions. At the
Okay,
end of the questioning, we'll deliberate and give you our decision about parole.
okay,
Okay, I'm going to start with our questions this morning, and I'm just going to ask you, you know, you want to get back out in the community, you need housing. So why were you struggling in the community before? You were drinking, not taking medications. So what will be different this time?
this time I'm really trying to stay out of prison. I mean, I'm doing my best as I can, you know, to get back out there and get back on my feet and have people help me, you know, with my medication. I wasn't taking my meds, you know, I was in the wrong state of mind, you know, when this incident happened, which I was being accused of something I'm falsely being accused of. You know, I never they have it down attempted to commit a robbery, but I never attempted to commit a robbery. I mean, I knocked on the window of a girl's car and she took off down the street. You know, I didn't have a weapon in my hand. I didn't have any, the only thing I wanted to do was ask her for a ride.
Okay. So I'm gonna stop you because I'm gonna back you up and I'm gonna ask you, well, what do you think is wrong with that? Why do you think that is bad to do?
Well, that was bad to do because I did kind of scare her a little bit, I guess. But I didn't have no weapons or nothing in my hands or anything. No drugs on me. You know, they have me falsely accused of what they accused me of.
Okay, so maybe they let's say overcharged you with.
Yeah, they did.
Okay, but still, you're intoxicated or using drugs, not taking medications, and banging on people's windows in cars, asking them for a ride. At one point, my information says to me that you had some kind of a pipe or a stick that you were hitting on somebody's car. So, and then another incident for which you violated your probation, at that time, you had a pellet gun.
Yeah, that
So-
was
Yeah, so I mean, it's not all innocent, is my point,
yeah.
okay? And you have a long criminal history. It seems in my review, all be related to some of your substance abuse and mental health needs.
Yeah.
Right? And not following through with mental health treatment. So I'm just going to, so we live stream these hearings to the public. And because of that, I won't ask a lot of detailed information about your mental health needs, but if you think that we need to talk about it, we'll go into executive session.
Okay.
So I'm going to ask a few general questions, and if we need to be more detailed, we will.
Okay.
So you told me you were not taking medication when you were in the community.
No, I wasn't taking my meds.
All right. How do you feel today?
Well,
Yeah, excuse me real quick. I just got a question. Do you guys know if you're gonna be past 12? Because I'm gonna put them on my count if it is.
Can you say that again?
So do you guys know if the meeting's gonna go past 12? Because if so, I'm gonna have to put it on my count.
We may end right around 12.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
We'll make an effort to not go too much past that.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it.
All right. Okay, tell me again, how do you feel today?
I feel good today because I'm on my meds. You know, I'm doing what I'm supposed to. You know, I'm not catching any tickets. The block is going, everything's going good over there. You know, I feel like I'm doing pretty good today.
Okay. I know you weren't able to take the Voices program or addiction services, but tell me, how many times have you participated in substance abuse treatment?
On the outside,
Yes.
maybe about 3 times.
All right.
4
And how
times.
many? And in the prison?
A couple of times in the prison. Yeah.
Okay, so tell me what you need to do to stay clean and sober in the community.
Well, I really like to get, on this time around, I like to get myself in a program because I'm looking for the treatment I need. You know, I know that I made some mistakes, you know, in the past. But, you know, I'm looking to get myself further treatment. So, you know, getting a program for me would really be something that would help me out, you know.
Okay, do you need to get back to the app program?
Was I in that before?
That's what my information says.
Yeah, I think I was, yeah.
Using medications to help you with your substance abuse?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay, do you think that would be helpful for you down the road?
yes.
Okay, when you think about being in the community, tell me what your plan is for treatment, both mental health and substance abuse.
Mental health, going to meetings, you know, following up with my nurses, because they want to give me nurses that come to my house to give me medication. So follow up with them, make sure that I'm getting my medication properly, and you know, make sure I take them every day and not put it off, you know. Just to make sure that I take my medication as I'm supposed to.
Do you have any kind of support in the community? Any family or friends that you
No,
can
I don't.
depend on?
No, I don't have nobody. My mom and
Okay.
dad just died recently.
Sorry to hear that. That's
It's okay.
sure that's hard. So talk to me what you'll do to get some support in the community. Where will you look for people that you can rely on, that'll help
Yeah.
you when things get difficult?
Yeah, that's what I was mentioning about the programs. If I get myself put in a program, you know, they can help me and I can help, like, cause, every time I get out, when I get out, I don't have, nowhere to stay. So, you know, I'll go, yeah, I began myself into trouble, you know, trying to find some place to stay, you know, doing, you know, robberies and stealing things, you know, because I'm on the street with no place to go. I don't have no money in my pocket. I have no money to eat, nothing to take care of myself. And,
Okay, but Mr. Donovan, let me ask you, so you're on probation.
yeah,
Why don't you ask probation?
well, because I really didn't want to get myself in any more trouble.
Well, what do you think? Well, where are you now?
Yeah, no, I'm in trouble again.
Yeah,
Um,
and so I'm just going to stop you. So when you say, you know, I had no place to sleep, I had nowhere to go, probation or parole, their job is to help you be successful in the community. I always say, nobody gets extra points for violating somebody's parole or probation, right? If you're successful, everybody is successful.
Right.
And helping you with treatment, a place to live, even if it's just going to the shelter, right?
Yeah.
The shelters are available. So
Yeah.
when you say you had no place to go, I'm not really buying that.
The reason why is because I was, when I got I'm on Social Security. So once I got that, I was able to get my room now. Now I was off the street and I was living in my room and I was doing good. You know, when I had my room, it was an apartment, but I was renting a room out of her. And, you know, I was doing good then. Then I was doing good. I wasn't getting high. I wasn't using any drugs. I wasn't, you know, drinking. I wasn't doing anything except doing what I had to do. I was going to work. I worked part-time and, you know, I was doing good. So I want to get myself back on that track to where I can get my Social Security back, get my room, go back to work and, pick up where I left off, where I was doing, you know, the first time I started doing that out there before I got myself in trouble and it worked out good. You know, I was working, I was staying off the streets. I wasn't
Okay.
drinking or drugging or nothing.
Okay, so I want you to think about what happens, what makes it all start to fall apart? And what do you do when that happens?
Well, when it starts to fall apart is when I stop taking my medications. And, you
Okay.
know, that's like a big thing with me. You know, I'm thinking my mind is racing, you know, I'm having crazy thoughts in my head, you know, because I got a traumatic brain injury, you know, so it takes me a while to like interpret to, like a lot of times I don't know really what I'm talking about sometimes, you know? Like, 'cause I have a traumatic brain injury, so it's like.
Yeah, I mean, we did read that. And we did read that, you know, you struggle with your mental health and that you are not always compliant with medications.
Yeah, well, then, the
But what
nurse was giving me, go ahead. The nurse was giving me medications at the last program I was at. The nurse was coming to my house now. When I got my room out on the street, she was coming to my house to give me my medication. So
Okay.
which was good, you know, so I would take them on time, you know.
Yeah. It's important to take any kind of medication. It's important to take it as prescribed and to take it on time. You have 5 years you're asking for parole, which is just a few months, but you also have 5 years of probation. So in order for you to not come back to jail, you have to say to yourself, you know, I can't be afraid of probation or what's going to happen. I need to tell them that, you know, I need help.
Yeah, I do need help.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm telling them, you know, that's why I'm reaching out to try to get a program, to try to get myself put in the side of treatment so I don't make the same mistakes again, you know? That'll really help me out a lot. Because then when I get into the program, they can help me get, because this is what they do. They'll help me get my Social Security back so I can get a room. Now I'll be in a room. Now I'll be on my feet again, and then I can start working, and that's when I stay clean. Is when I got a job, I'm working, you know, I'm doing good. I try to keep up with it as much as I could, you know, so.
Okay. All right, Mr. Donovan, I appreciate you answering my questions. Panel member Sasu Sato.
Mr. Donovan, you do have on your record that with all of your community supervisions, you were successful 7 times and you only had problems 2 times. So what was the difference when you were successful versus the 2 times that you weren't successful?
And what was that you were saying?
So when you were on probation before, you successfully completed it 7 times.
Yeah.
When you had help. 2 times you did not. Can you tell me why those 2 times didn't work? Were they because you were drinking? Did you stop taking your meds? What was happening?
It was because I stopped taking my meds.
Okay.
You know, I won't lie. I'll just be honest. It was because I, you know, stopped taking my meds. But to really be honest with you, the reason why I got on SSI was because of my traumatic brain injury. It didn't have nothing to do with drinking or drugging or using any drugs at all. You know, I'm mentally, you know, sick. I'm mentally, you know, I'm not doing good, you know, as far as my thoughts and, you know, the thoughts that I have in my head. I'm not really that good at, in like really thinking about what I'm saying before I say it. And I got to sit there and think about what I say. You know, it takes me a while to like answer a question. You know, these things are just running around in my mind that I, you know, have difficulty with. So, you know, I try to do the best that I could to try to answer your questions. But, yeah.
Okay, well, I think you're doing a fine job answering the questions today. I just did want to point out that you seem to fully understand the need for you to take medication. And I just want to make a point so that you remember that alcohol and drugs and anything that you would do to, you know, in addition to your meds is only going to make it worse, your condition.
Yeah.
And then with your TBI, that's another aspect. Alcohol and drugs are not going to help you with any of that.
Yeah, I understand that.
I have no other questions.
Thank you. Ms. Rodriguez?
I don't really have any questions. It's, Mr. Donovan, just, it seems to me like at least you got a handle on the fact that you do need some help, that you do need to make sure that you're compliant with your medication. That would be very important. Okay?
Yeah.
That's all I have.
Well,
Okay, Mr. Donovan, we're going to deliberate about your case now, and we'll give you our decision in just a moment.
Okay.
Did you have
Can I
something
just
you
say one
wanted
more
to?
thing?
Sure,
Yeah.
Ken.
Yeah, I really feel I need the help with my mental health treatment, but see, the reason why I didn't say that is because the day in the house is a mental health program treatment program. So I feel like I need help with my mental health treatment, and I feel like they can help me with my treatment because they're a mental health treatment program. And I
they will.
successfully completed that too. So
Yes, we did see that, and we did see your request to go back there.
good.
Okay, so we're going to deliberate now. So Mr. Donovan, I have him granted to discretionary parole. He seems to have a complete understanding of what his needs are in the community. I do understand that he did not complete the programs that were on his OAP. However, I do see that he has been participating in mental health services. I think he's done a lot of drug treatment. I would guess that he knows exactly what he needs to do to remain sober in the community. He does qualify for services in the community through his Social Security disability. And I do think he is in need of support from parole and community services. So I would be willing to grant his discretionary parole today. Agreed.
I would also agree, Madam Chair. He also mentioned putting in NA in his plan, so he does have some acknowledgement that there's also a co-occurring substance abuse issue.
Yes.
With other issues, and seems to be on top of it. So let's see.
All right. So in the matter of Timothy Donovan, 238980, there's a motion to grant parole on or after April 15, 2025. I had no alcohol, halfway house placement, mental health evaluation and treatment. Anything else? No? Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? All right, Mr. Donovan, we've granted your parole today.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
Start thinking, it's not till April. So you
Right.
should begin starting to get your plan together of how to
Okay.
get your Social Security back, and you can talk with the counselors at the facility about getting that started.
Okay, is that possible that I could be put back in the Dana's house?
Well, that'll be up to parole and community services, okay?
Okay.
All right,
But
good luck to you.
So since I granted it, my day is April what?
15.
2015?
No, April 15th, 2025.
Oh, so that's when I get on parole.
That's when your parole date is. Yes.
So what, do I have another hearing coming up or?
No,
No, this is it?
this is it. You're all set.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Good luck.
This
Thanks.
concludes the hearing for Timothy Donovan, 238980. It also concludes the hearing for Garner Correctional. It is 12:02 p.m.
But that was the numbers 238980.
All set, Mr. Donovan.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Officer, can you hear me? Hello, officer.
Hello,
Is Mr. Edwards?
this is Mr. Edwards.
Thank you. And I just wanted to give you the message. I spoke to scheduling and apparently probation was canceled this afternoon. They should have sent the message over to you.
Okay, I will double check, see if we have that somewhere. I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Edwards.
Good afternoon.
My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Wednesday, January 8th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutory return documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Good afternoon, panel member Rodriguez.
And I'm Ellen Zappo Sasso.
Good afternoon.
Also present via speakerphone is Office of Victim Service Advocate De Jesus. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Shamar Edwards, inmate number 431791.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Shamar Edwards, 431791. He is serving a sentence of 18 years, executed suspended after serving 7 years, followed by 3 years probation for robbery first. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of July 13, 2025. There is victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has completed Tier 2 voices and music therapy group. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Edwards, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Thank you. I feel like I should be granted parole because I came to jail at a young age, 15 years old, and I really wasn't really fully developed and didn't really know how my actions could affect others. But now, sitting down this time, I realized I hurt a lot of people And that's not the type of person I am. Like, I like to show like affection. I like to be nice to people. Like, I don't never want to hurt nobody ever again. Like, I made a mistake, and I honestly do feel like I made a big mistake, and it will not happen again. I wouldn't even put myself in that type of situation to have to do anything like that again.
Okay, Mr. Edwards, thank you for that.
No problem.
So we are going to be asking you some questions this afternoon.
Okay.
At the end of our questioning, we will hear from the Office of Victim Services. When that statement is read, we will deliberate about your case and give you our answer, our decision about it.
Okay.
All righty. And panel member Zapu Sasso will begin with the questions this morning.
Good morning, Mr. Edwards.
Good morning.
So, I'm reading this case and I can't get over the fact of how young you were when all of this happened, with your whole life in front of you. And it actually just saddens me. Let's start with the fact that at this young age, the summer of 2019, there was a multi-town crime spree. You were in West Haven during the month of May, stealing packages. And then in June, you were in New Haven and you stole a car. In July, you made your way up to Westfield, Massachusetts, and then with a stolen car came all the way back down to Old Lyme and robbed a woman in a store parking lot. And then there was another incident in New Haven a couple of weeks later. Tell me what was happening in your life at this point that you thought that this was a good way to spend your time. Tell me about the people you were spending time with. Tell me about your drugs of choice. What was going through your mind?
I was really around the wrong crowd of people that wasn't really like a bad influence on me. And like I was to smoke. And I really feel like it's when I couldn't get my drug, I will like kind of like just be on edge. And I really feel like it's like I ain't have no guidance for real. Nobody that could really like let me know right from wrong.
In terms of your family support?
In terms of like a father figure. Because
What about your mom?
my mom was always great, my grandmother. But it was just like somebody a male I really listened to. I feel like that's what I needed. But now
I think moms and grandmothers have a lot of wisdom to share.
they do. They definitely do.
So, Mr. Edwards, what did your mother and your grandmother think when you decided to not go to high school?
They really wanted me to. I did freshman year and that was it. And they really like was trying to force me to go. And I really just like I wasn't trying to hear it at that time. And I wish I would have listened now.
And did you take advantage while you were at Cheshire to do any of the education programs to try to get ahead?
Yes, I graduated.
You do have your GED?
I have a high school diploma.
Okay. That's not noted in that. All right, well, that's good. That's a good thing to have. In terms of the offense, you went into a neighborhood and went into the home of an older couple. Can you tell me about what was happening with you and your friend or whoever your co-defendant that you haven't named? What was going on there? What made you do that?
It really wasn't even my decision. It was just more of a peer pressure thing. And I just let all that get a hold of me. And like, it wasn't like targeted or nothing. It was right there. Like, it wasn't targeted at all.
So you're 15 or 16 and you have these friends. Where did you find these friends? Were they from the neighborhood, from school? Who are these people that are influencing you in such a poor way?
It was from it was like a friend of a friend. Like, it wasn't even really my friend. He was just around people in my neighborhood, like the neighborhood that I was in. He was just around somebody else, and we end up just being cordial.
So he decides to go and rob a house and you go along for the ride.
Yeah.
So this was an older couple who had just recently become homeowners in this neighborhood in which they felt very safe. They loved their neighbors. They loved everything about it. And, you know, from a victim standpoint, do you understand what you took from them?
Absolutely. And I truly apologize.
And how much time have you spent thinking about that since you've been incarcerated?
Probably a long time. Probably like still to this day, I think about how I affected them.
Were you on drugs or drinking that night?
No, man.
Okay. Did you ever think about how you would feel if somebody did that to the home and where your mother and grandmother were one night?
Absolutely.
And how
Absolutely. I think about the karma. Like, if somebody would have did that to my family, I'll be heartbroken.
So there is a victim statement that we are going to hear later, but there was one line, in case they don't talk about this later, I want just to read to you. And this is from the person one of the people whose homes you went into. And he says, as a person of prayer and of hope, I pray for Shamar that the time he has to serve will be spent making full use of the programs available for education and training, preparing for reentry. My hope is that he will become a productive member of society upon release. And I look forward to a time when we could meet in a restorative justice circle to listen to each other and speak from our hearts, not from behind a loaded gun. That man is giving you a lot of grace, because I don't think a lot of people would feel the same way about someone who comes into their home with violence and a gun and scares them to the point that they don't feel secure and that they think about it every time there's a noise. Are you going to be able to live up to that standard of one of your victims actually talking like that and hoping that you are going to be a better person after this entire situation?
Absolutely. I feel like for him to have that much faith and even wanting me to be a better person, I really do appreciate it, and I will definitely live up to it.
So tell me about Voices and how that impacted you.
It impacted me because it really showed me it's not just one side of the story. It's always another side. So you don't ever know what you really putting somebody else through until after the fact. Like, now I learn how to, whatever I do, it don't matter what I do, it affects somebody in some type of way.
So that was Voices. You said you got your GED, and your drugs of choice, per all the reports that we read, included marijuana daily. You tried ecstasy at one point. Occasionally you would drink alcohol, and that you were also sometimes dealing drugs in order to get money for your own habit. Tell me about what happened at Tier 2 and how you're going to be prepared to come back out into the community and not engage in those behaviors.
I feel like I had all this time away from it. So I feel like now it's I felt like I needed it. But this time being away from it, I feel like I don't need it. I'm functioning fine without it. And I make better decisions when I'm not using.
And I think that that's great insight, Mr. Edwards, but you're also inside a facility within a highly structured environment without a lot of the temptation and triggers that you're going to find. Your release plan is to go live with a cousin or to go into a halfway house. Why do you want to go live with your cousin? Or is that still the plan?
Yeah, my mom currently lived in Virginia. So with that, it's I don't know how that will work, me going out there. So I was just gonna go to my cousin's house. until my mom, she's planning on moving back in the next couple of months.
Okay. So is your cousin in a position to support you with what you're going to need to be successful?
Yes.
Okay. And what does that look like if you were to be granted parole and go back into the community? You're, how old are you now? 20, 21?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So you've wasted a lot of years of your youth. What does it look like moving forward for you?
I feel like I just want to come home and really just get my life back on track, the right track. Like I'm thinking about, I definitely want to have a good job, like probably working at a like a warehouse or something like that, and like probably like try to get in a program to help me with like fixing parts, certain parts, and also I would like to try to go back to school.
What are you interested in studying?
Probably like business.
So we've kind of glossed over some of the drug use. I'm concerned about from a release plan. Are you going back to the area from which you came? Was that New Haven?
Yes, but no.
Where are you going? What's the release plan?
Hamden.
Hampton, which is close to New Haven.
Yeah.
All right. So where are all the people that you used to hang out with right now? Are they still in New Haven?
Nah, they're currently, most of them, it's sad to say, they're currently incarcerated.
Okay. So are there any people out there that you're at risk of? Are there any triggers that they're going to try to hit you up knowing that you're out of prison?
Nah, it probably is, but I'm not close with any of them anymore, if they are still out there.
Okay. So who are your new friends going to be? I mean, you're young. You're going to want to do things and be social.
Yeah, I got, I really got my family, like cousins and stuff like that, that I know got my best interest and don't want to ever see me back in the same situation. And I got a couple, like female friends that I talk to that I'm cool with. But other than that,
Go ahead.
Other than that, I don't want to be around nothing that could put me back in the situation I am now.
Do any of your cousins or the female friends have any type of criminal history or involvement?
No, not at all.
So your family is not at all involved and are ready to be a support for you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You know, one of our jobs is to balance your suitability for release against public safety risks. And the robbery of that older couple's home was a significant public safety issue. It didn't just affect them. It affected their whole neighborhood. It affected their friends. It affected their family, who are now fearful for that couple as well. You did a lot of things, but that one stands out to me as really the breaking point of where things really hit rock bottom. Would you agree that at that point, things couldn't get much worse for you?
Absolutely.
So again, your release plan is to get a job, to go stay with your cousin or a halfway house if you need it, potentially continue your education. But tell me about what supports you have in place so that you're not going to go back into any kind of drug use. What kind of support?
I got like family support, and I'm willing to do like a program for it. And I really like staying active, like playing basketball, going to the gym, things like that, to take my mind off of, so I won't have to think about using drugs.
So if your mother and grandmother give you advice today at 21, or your cousins, or your friends, are you going to be a better listener than you were at the age of 14 and 15?
Yes, because I feel like now that I've grown, I'm able to take like what's anything that needs to be said. Because when I was younger, I was too busy worried about like, oh no, I don't care. Like I'm too young, nothing's gonna happen. But now I'm older, and now I know like it could get bad.
I think it's already gotten pretty bad, don't you?
Yes, ma'am.
So, it's hard. We sit here and we listen to people come and tell us all the things that we're going to do. And we really do want to believe them. We really do. But we've heard it all before. And I'm just going to ask you one more time from the heart. Tell me about how you feel today compared to the day that they walked you into Cheshire. Not anything that happened before. I don't want to know about court or whatever, but tell me about that day and how you felt when you walked through those doors, knowing that you had an 18-year sentence with 7 years to serve at the age of 17.
I felt like I did something horrible. And I really feel like even like my sentencing, like, cause the man spoke at my sentencing, and I really feel like he had like a big impact on how I was sentenced, cause it was really not like, that was horrible. And I take full responsibility for it. And I felt like a horrible person, and I made a mistake. I really did made a mistake.
So you've acknowledged the mistake. You've shown remorse. Those are things that we look for. You've acknowledged the victim and how you made them feel. So at some point, you're going to be leaving this facility and you will be back in the community. Have you thought at all about the debt that you should be repaying to the community, about what you've done? And is there some way that you've envisioned how you can prevent other young men from being in the same situation you found yourself in terms of maybe paying it forward?
I would definitely like to get into something like that so I could talk to like younger kids that was my age, that I feel like, or that is going down the similar path that I was, so I could tell them like the route you going is not good. Like I'm gonna let them know I've been there before, and it don't get no better. Like you got to get it together now, because it's easier to get it together when you're younger than when you get older.
Well, yeah, because this is going to follow you for the rest of your life. You're going to have to explain this when you apply for jobs. It's always going to be there, right? Unless you, years from now, and you've done well in the community, you can apply for a pardon and you have those options. And I would encourage you that if you continue to stay on the straight path, there is an opportunity to clean your record, but you have a lot of work to do. And I hope that these years at Cheshire have actually centered you the way they say that, the way that you say that they have, because it seems to me you have a lot of years to live, and people who care about you in the community that you're not helping right now. I'm sure your mother's getting older, your grandmother, if she's still with you. I mean, they could use your help, right?
Definitely.
No further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Rodriguez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Edwards.
Good afternoon.
Just a couple of things from me. A couple of concerns that I have, and I hear that you're trying to kind of pull your life together. You're still very young, but you had 17 tickets in the time you've been there, and just in the last 8 months or 7 months, maybe less than that, maybe 6 months, you had an assault ticket, a fighting ticket in May. How is that? Tell me how that fits in with your, growing up and getting better, because I'm trying to understand that.
It's like with the fighting, it's like I'm around like men all day, so it's like it's different type of feelings, and people got egos, and it's just a lot that comes into play. So I feel like it could have been like, I could have avoided certain situations, but it's also situations where it's like, it's really hard to get out those type of situations.
And that concerns me, because you're going to come out on the outside also hanging with young men, being in situations where somebody may say something you don't like, or, who knows, you could be with a young person or somebody you're with that's significant to you, that they say something to, and I want to be able to feel comfortable that you're going to be able to control yourself. And here I have, a young man, out of the 17, 8 of those tickets were violent tickets. And I have to also, I'm thinking about public safety as well. I don't need you going out there and not being able to control your anger. Have you thought about taking an anger management course, right? An anger management workshop?
I would definitely look forward to taking anger management, but it's like, I know how to control my anger. Like, I feel like as time went on, I got better with it. Like, I learned how to ignore certain situations, even though I could definitely work on it more. I feel like I could definitely look forward to doing that.
Well, tell me how you would handle. Tell me about the last situation you had, which was the assault. How you would have handled that differently? What was the assault for?
It was it involved me and 2 other inmates. Basically, like, I walked by and, like, I guess we bumped into each other, and then it was just like, from there it was just like a scuffle. But they said I assaulted because they said the people didn't swing back or something like that. But I don't have, from my understanding, it wasn't really like that. Because my first ticket they gave me was a fighting ticket, but then they took the fighting ticket back and then came with an assault ticket. But I had already signed the fighting ticket, so I didn't know about the assault till after I already signed.
But how could you have handled that situation differently so you wouldn't have had either thing?
I feel like I should have just apologized. I'm sorry for bumping you, and then went about my day.
Was this somebody you were having a beef with while you were there?
Nah. It was just on some, just accidentally bumping, and then
so that's my point. So accidentally bumping, that could happen anywhere outside. Somebody could accidentally bump into you. Somebody could, somebody could say something to you and accidentally bump into you, right? And then say something to you that you don't like. Well, my concern would be, how do you handle that? If you could handle it in an environment where it's kind of structured and people are looking at you, what happens on the outside?
I feel like the outside would be a little bit different, because I could, like, try to avoid certain situations. And if I do get in a situation like that, I learn how to just, like, you can't be always right in a situation. So sometimes you're wrong, and if you got to just let it be sometimes. Like, some things is just not worth it. It's not worth doing no time. It's not worth getting in trouble for. It's not worth putting people through pain. It's not worth it.
You can understand my concern, right?
Yes, sir.
Any other goals that you have when you decide to come out that you want to kind of get done or do? Or
I definitely want to get jobs, like any job that, like, keep me out of the same stuff I was getting into, like, basically like the like I was saying, like a warehouse job, or like
you don't have a lot of job experience though.
Not at all.
So it's gonna be very challenging. So you have a tablet?
Yes, sir.
Have you been looking for jobs now, since you've got an EOS of in the next year or so, right? Year and a half. So have you been looking to see if you can start to set some things up and searching out there? Have you been doing that? And if you have, what kind of jobs have you been looking for?
I seen, like, I like animals, so I was looking at like type of animal, like pet stores and stuff like that. I was looking at, because I always liked animals since I was younger, so that's definitely something I was looking into.
Yeah, okay. And also for any other kind of have you been thinking about any other kind of programming you would want to do on the outside?
Like a home program, like try to get into my own apartment, and it's like, I don't know, it's like another program where it's like they help you, like, try to build parts to a plane or like something like that.
So, I would strongly, whatever you do, your parole date isn't until July. Anyway, at this point, I would really, take seriously looking at for some of those things now and start preparing, whether you're released today or not, whether we come up with a discretionary parole today for you or not, that you could, look and start to set yourself up for things on the outside, especially in the work area, in the work arena, to, try to keep you busy. And I don't know what you want to do about your education. I know you have your GED or your high school at this point, but, that you, and if that's something that's going to still, kind of be in your future, if you want to continue to further your education. But you can start doing some of that now too, and start, making some of those plans. You have a release plan, but for me, it's a very sketchy release plan. It's not really full of the things that I would really like to see. But, I hope that you, continue to work on that and you have that opportunity. All right?
Yes, sir.
I don't have any other questions, actually. Thank you for answering my question, Mr. Edwards.
No problem.
So, Mr. Edwards, I think you've done a nice job answering everybody's questions. I do get a sense that you've given a lot of thought to your behaviors, what brought you to where you were. I want to just ask you a couple more questions. And I want to start with the charges themselves. So you went into this house, and when you guys went in, you asked where the safe was. Did you know that they had a, why did you think they had a safe?
It was literally just like, it wasn't talk. I don't even know what made that question being asked. I really have no idea.
Was it you that asked, or was it the other person?
I didn't ask that question.
Okay. And this other person that you were with, why don't you tell them, why didn't you want to tell them who it was?
Just safety issues.
Your own personal safety issues?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that person with you on some of the other crimes that you committed?
No, that was my only time really being with him.
How'd you end up with him again?
Through a mutual friend, like somebody that he was cool with and I was also cool with.
I think I can understand your fear for your own safety, but he's still out there. Maybe committing more crimes, more robberies, more home invasions. Had you given that any thought?
I did, and I talked to him and I told him, like, just look at my situation, like, if this is not where you want to be, so just chill. Well, I definitely spoken to him though.
Because, at, what were you, 16 when you got arrested?
15.
15. You're in adult court at 15 and you got 7 years. We don't see that very often on a charge that's less than a manslaughter or a murder charge when they take you to adult court like that. And like my colleague said, you were on quite the crime terror. You've been at Cheshire now since sentencing, basically?
No, I was in Manson Youth.
Before sentencing, though?
Yeah, I just came to this job probably like August of 2024. The whole other time I was in Manson.
You were?
Yes.
Okay. So you did a voices program, you did the tier program. I saw you did a music therapy program. Was that a voluntary program?
Yes, ma'am.
When you were at Manson, were there any older inmates there who were trying to mentor some of the younger people?
Not really. It only goes up to like 22 in Manson. So it was really young, like young.
And if you were to be able to pick some more programs to take now that you're at Cheshire, what do you think you would like to take?
I'll probably take anger management. I see what's good with the school, like they got like a little another school program, or probably like a voc ed, like either like the barbershop or something like that.
Has anybody talked to you about the True program?
Yes,
When?
they told me about that. Like when I came here, they was telling me about it and how I'm young and I like fit the criteria for it.
Okay. Did they tell you to apply for it?
They told me that based on how much time I had left, it really was like you could, but like you already in your position to where you're already about to be available to be released.
Okay, because you were getting closer to your parole eligibility date, they told you it wouldn't be worth applying?
Yes, ma'am.
So you've been in the community, you were having some troubles, you want to live with your cousin. Like my colleague, Mr. Rodriguez, I do have some concerns about your disciplinary reports. And you talked to him about the fighting tickets and the assault tickets. And you are young. You know, we know that emotions run high. What about your ego? How do you check your ego?
I really just sit back and ask myself, like, before I try to get into anything, I really just try to ask myself, like, is it worth the consequences? Like, is it worth having to go through what I'm have to go through, or what I'm gonna put somebody else through? Like, I always try to, like, before I get into anything, I just try to, like, put myself in check first. Like, am I in the wrong? That's really all.
Right. So you do a mental inventory of
Basically,
consequences, outcomes. Yes. How did you learn to do that?
as time went on, like, I used to just really, like, certain stuff just wasn't worth it. Like, I was doing all this and it wasn't even worth it. Like, sometimes it would have nothing to do with me. It would just be a friend. And it's just like, that's not worth it. Like, because they going through their own situation and I'm going through mine. So I got to do what's right for my situation.
So you mentioned because it's for a friend. It's your friend or the other acquaintance that didn't come forward, that didn't get arrested, and now you're serving 7 years for the entire crime that you say was not your idea. If I was in your shoes, that's what I'd be thinking.
Yeah. No.
You know, but you also have 2 Pruno tickets. What's that all about?
The Pruno ticket was just like,
You making Pruno?
nah, it was just like in a cell, and it's just like nobody owns up to it. So like 2 people got to go down.
Twice.
Yeah.
Was that after you took the tier program or before? Because I don't have a date for your.
I think that was before I took the tier 2 program.
Has anybody talked to you what it's like to be on parole in the community?
A couple inmates was telling me about it and telling like you really gotta stick to your plan and just basically listen. Like whatever they got for you to do, just do it so you can hurry up and get off of it and just keep your life going.
Okay. I mean that's pretty good advice, right? I say, you know, if you were to get parole, you'd have about 11 months on parole. Then you've got 3 years of probation, you know, so you've got somebody in your business for almost 4 years. Now, you can either use that to your advantage or you can try and kind of keep them off to the side. Now, I think if I was in your shoes at the age of 21, I'd be trying to keep them in my business. They're going to help you with housing if you need it. They're going to help you with getting back in school. They might even make you get back in school, right? Make you do some sort of voc ed program in the community. Because, I mean, working in a warehouse is a great job. You'll be able to pay your bills with that. But can you do that for the next 20 years? I don't know. Maybe you can, maybe you can't. Maybe you need to explore what your options are. They're also going to make sure you're not using drugs, hanging out with other people who have criminal records, right? And not hanging on the street corner. You know, part of being successful is being productive. What do you think it means to be productive?
Always keep yourself doing something like positive, like something that actually means something.
There we go. You know, having a schedule is a great thing, right? You know where you know where you need to be, when you need to be, and then you've got the next thing to do, and that might just be going home. But that's, you know, a lot of people want to get through parole and probation and be done with it. If I was you, I'd be using it to my advantage. I'd be asking them, what kind of programs do you have I can do? How can you help me go back to school? How do I get more housing? That's what I'd be asking them. What do I need to do? Lots and lots of programs. You're going to Hamden, there's a program called Emerge in New Haven, all about construction and voc ed. So, I mean, it's good advice because the downside also is parole. If you're not doing what you're supposed to, if you're not doing what you should be doing or getting into trouble, they'll just come out, arrest you, and bring you back, right? Because with your charges, your people are going to be watching. I'll tell you right now. So, and it's the same thing with probation. They're going to give you a little bit of latitude. The better you do, and the better you do, the more latitude you get. But if you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing, they'll just get the judge to write a warrant and you'll be back in. So, Mr. Edwards, I wish you the best of luck. We're going to hear from the Office of Victim Services now, and then we will deliberate and give you our decision.
Okay.
All righty. So, Mr. Jesus?
Good afternoon, board members. I do have a statement and it reads as follows. To may concern. I am writing to express my concern upon hearing of Shamar Edwards' parole hearing today. Although I have no knowledge of any growth or progress or problems he has had that matter in his behavior over these past few years, I am left with the remembrance of his insincere statement at sentencing as he dropped his statement away from him and pled nolo. I am also left with a significant level of hypervigilance after having two masked young men enter my home at night and stick a gun in my face. I won't mention any other effects. I simply ask the parole board to make a wise decision. If you release, do so with significant support and structures. Ultimately, if I had to vote, I would say no to this decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jesus. We appreciate the victims providing that statement for us. All right, so we'll deliberate now. Ms. Sasser?
So I think we've had a very good discussion here today. Mr. Edwards does not have an adult criminal history prior to this series of events in 2019. Within his time, he has completed Tier 2. He now has his GED. He's done voices and music therapy. He has been introspective. He's shown remorse, and he is showing some evidence of offender change. But this was a very serious crime for which he received a serious sentence at a very young age, where he has acknowledged that he didn't realize the significance. And now he knows how much he hurt people, and he's claiming that it's not going to happen again. By virtue of this, he's going to be on the dangerous weapons offender registry for his life, which means he's not going to be able to have a gun legally. But today, I think, as I've seen done by colleagues in other panels, that my recommendation is that we engage in some tough love in order to set him up for success. The 17 DRs show that there's still some work that needs to be done. I also agree that there needs to be a more realistic and detailed release plan to better identify job prospects, potential employment apprentices, support programs. And I think he would do well to continue to do as many programs as possible. However, he's young, and I'd like to think that he has a future ahead of him where he can be a contributing member of society. So I'd like to hear from my colleagues if you would be willing to deny for right now with a new hearing, that if he could come back to us in 6 months with no DRs and some additional programming, that would leave him with a year of discretionary parole, if granted at that time, then followed by the 3 years of probation.
Mr. Rodriguez?
I would have no problem with that plan, as I don't see him really prepared today to be released today. DR still show that he needs some growth that he has to do. And even talking about the possibility of taking anger management, which I think might be a good move for him at this point. I'd be worried about him being on the outside and not having some of his emotions under control at that point. So I would be in agreement with a denial today and would be here and give him an opportunity to take some additional program.
I'm in 100% agreement, because coming in, I did not see Mr. Edwards going out today.
No.
And however, I was encouraged by some of his responses to questions today, some of his insights. I think I struggled, as we all did, with some of the disciplinary reports, because it does show a lack of control. Although at age 21, it's not inconceivable that there are those issues. But I do think that he could benefit from either some vocab before he gets out, a more detailed release plan, and some more programming. I don't know if it's probably not likely he could get into the TRUE program, but I'm wondering if there's other programs affiliated with that program that he could do, which would help him in the end. So I would also be in favor of a rehear. And I was thinking if we did 7 months, it would give him a year from his last disciplinary report of a year of being disciplinary free.
7 months.
So what is that? That is
7 months would be August, probably.
Yeah. Which is right around his parole eligibility date anyways.
Yeah.
So it gives Mr. Edwards something to work towards. And I feel bad that we would be bringing the victims back again. However, I do think that they may find some benefit to additional programming and more self-control in the facility. All right. Reasons for denial.
Nature and circumstances, that injury and impacted inadequate release plan. And I don't know if I'd add inadequate institutional program participation.
Well, for institutional adjustment.
That's what I got.
And inadequate institutional program participation, because we'd like him to do some more programs.
Yeah.
Do more programs. I think we can articulate that a little bit in the decision.
Okay.
That we're happy with the programs that he did,
Yeah,
but we'd like to see him do some additional programs. So with respect to Shamar Edwards, 431-791, there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: nature and circumstance of the current offense, injury and impact to the victims, poor institutional adjustment, inadequate release plan, and inadequate program participation. We'd like to see more programs. We will rehear this case in August 2025, at which time we would like to see additional program participation, no disciplinary reports, and a little bit more information about his release to the community, programs, employment, and a confirmed sponsor if that's possible. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. All right, Mr. Edwards, did you understand all of that?
That's me.
Okay. So what do you think you need to do going forward now?
Get more programs and try to elaborate on my plan more.
What else? Stay out of
Stay out of
trouble.
trouble.
Yep. Yep. And it sounds like you're already thinking that you need to be minding your own business and being with people who are doing positive things at the facility. All right. So do the best you can, and we'll see you right around your parole eligibility date anyways.
All right.
Okay. Good luck.
This concludes the hearing. Shamar Edwards, 431-791.
All right, folks, is there any order you want them in or?
Yes, please, officer. Can I see Browning? And
Browning?
then, yep, Browning, and then Cruz,
Yep,
and then Daniels,
yep,
Perez,
yep.
and Wilson.
Copy, I'll have Browning in right now.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
This job is the best diet.
What?
This job is the best diet. That is the food station.
That's it.
You have to be like Nancy, put your lunch on the corner, on the chair over there. She does, yeah, kind of nibbles in between.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen Reparo bring fruit in.
I just feel weird about it.
Yeah.
I've been tempted to do it. I just feel weird.
You know what I bought these
Fraud.
protein bars.
Mm-hmm.
Do for themselves. And it's like, oh, that's a good idea. Yeah.
A very good idea.
Yeah.
All right.
Good afternoon, Mr. Browning.
Good afternoon.
My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Wednesday, January 8th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, good afternoon, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Good afternoon, Vanessa Rodriguez.
And I'm Ellen Zappo Sasso.
Good afternoon.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
My name is Kenyatta Browning, 438-778.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Kenyatta Browning, 438-778. He is serving a sentence of 5 years, executed suspended after 3 years, followed by 3 years probation for 2 counts of burglary third and 1 count of larceny second. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of November 9th, 2024. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has not completed any programs. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Browning, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Well, I learned that
the consequences that I have did in my past led me here, and I understand everything of how the jail worked. I've been around people that's never coming home, and they shine some light on me, and my behavior has changed a lot. I'm willing to change my actions in the world, be a good father to my son, and be a regular citizen, working and staying under the radar from everything for the police and everything, and for the victims I had, the things I have did on my charges, things like that. But pretty much that's it.
Okay, Mr. Browning. Well, we're going to be asking you some questions anyways, so it'll kind of help things along a bit. And when we're done with our questions, we'll deliberate and give you our decision. All right, Mr. Rodriguez will begin with questions this afternoon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Ryan, thank you for that opening statement. But I have a question. Help me understand. You wanted to stay under the radar from the police and the victims. What does that mean?
Meaning the while I'm here, I have burglary cases and things like that. I was basically saying like apologies to them, like,
oh, okay.
Yeah, I was just basically apologizing and things to the victim and the police department and things like that. Like, I've been in my past, I wasn't brought up too good in the society, but this being incarcerated from being away from my family and being away from my child, it taught me there's more to life. I've been around people that's never coming home, so I understood. I took accountabilities for my own actions. Yeah.
I just want to understand that, because it wasn't clear to me. I thank you for, elaborating a little bit more on that and sharing that with us. So part of what we're doing here today is we're trying to figure out whether it makes sense to release you, right? Whether it makes sense, whether you're suitable enough to be released today and be able to go back out into the community, transition back out into the community. I'm going to share where I have some real concerns with you. And one of the concerns that I have are your tickets. The last one was in December, so that's close to your parole hearing today, right?
Yes.
And it's not the only one in 24. I mean, you had more in 24. You had a fighting one, you had an assault one, you had a disobey direct order. That kind of behavior really concerns me, because we want to make sure that you're going to be safe on the outside and the community is going to be safe on the outside. So for public safety purposes, those kinds of things really concern me. Can you tell me what was going on that you would have gotten all of these tickets? You had a total of 9. I'm only reading off 5. In 24, which is just, last year, within the last, for the whole year, you had tickets going on. So what was going on?
I was going through some life changes in my life. My grandmother had passed, my brother has passed, and those dwelled on me a lot. So there was nobody I can cope to and talk to about those problems. Like a counselor, like they got the problems. They understood me, but they wasn't really there, like understanding me more. The lieutenants, they understood, but they wasn't understanding me more. So I just off reactions, like reactions then. But
look, Mr. Browning, I'm sorry for your losses, both of your losses.
Thank you.
But losses are part of life.
Yes.
Right. We lose people. We lose people that we love, and those situations are very difficult to handle. Not everybody handles them by getting into a fight or assaulting people or doing those kinds of things. So how do you resolve right now the way that you haven't even taken any programs? So what skill sets are you even going to have to be able to handle those kinds of things when you go on the outside and transition back out into the community. I would be concerned for your safety and for other safety, for the public safety around you not being able to handle these emotions appropriately.
I think I could pretty much handle myself in the world, and with the program situation, I've been.
If you got tickets, you could be hard to get the programs if you got tickets.
Nah, the only programs I had was Voices, and Voices. I'm on the waiting list for Voices, and they have not yet to call me. I signed up for carpentry, commercial cleaning, and cosmetology, and I'm all on the waiting list for that. But I haven't had a ticket in 9 months, so I was just on the wait list for that.
You had a contraband ticket for marijuana in December. That's not 9 months.
Nah, I'm saying like before that, it was 9 months. I was on the waiting list for all my programs.
But you're talking about for your assault charge.
The assault charge was over.
Was in May.
Yeah, that was over.
Yeah. That's what you were talking about?
Yeah, that was my last ticket from then. Yeah, that was
the last fighting ticket, but you did get another ticket for contraband marijuana in December.
Yes.
And that would concern me as well, not just your fighting. It's the overall general behavior that you exhibit in a very structured environment, in a place where people are watching you and looking at you. What happens on the outside when no one is watching you like that in the same way? Now that you're not going to be watched, because under discretion and parole, you will be watched.
Yes.
Parole officer will watch what you're doing, and you've got probation to follow, so you're going to have a probation officer in your business as well. So it's not like you're not going to be watched, but you're not going to be watched like you're being watched now.
Yes.
So that concerns me. And then you had another violation in not a ticket, but you had an arrest for your protective order violation.
Yes, I didn't know.
When you communicated with someone you shouldn't have communicated with. You have a protective order that ends in 2049.
No,
and you took the chance of communicating.
That was before the fact. I didn't know that the person put one on me. I had put one on them. I didn't when I had wrote to the person, I found out that she had put one on me. So I didn't know too much anything about anything because I had just turned myself in prior month. So that happened like a month later after I turned myself in.
You understand what I'm struggling with though, right?
Yes.
With my decision because of these particular situations and the choices that you've made and that you haven't taken any programs. And I can understand why you haven't because you've gotten a bunch of tickets and, typically it's hard to get into the programming when you've got tickets. So I'm really stuck with that and I'm trying to figure out what makes the most sense for you.
Like meaning as far as
programming.
Oh, program. I've been down for almost a year without being sentenced. So that kind of like took part of me not being a part of any programs. So I've been down a year and 5 months and then I got sentenced. So I was kind of still fighting my case for it.
Yeah. Tell me about this protective order. Why do you think they put a protective order on you?
It's just a lot of bickering back and forth with my child and things like that. Me and the mom wasn't seeing eye to eye, but it was out of spite. It was out of spite of her not wanting me to be around my child. So that's why she had did that.
Now, why did you put a protective order out?
Because she had came to my house, my mother's house, and she destroyed a couple things. So I was in the middle of leaving her and trying to turn myself in and better my life. So I ended up putting one on her, so I can get my life together. So I ended up putting one on her.
Tell me a little bit about what your support system looks like on the outside.
I have a great support system. My mother, she's there for me. My sister, my brother, my father. And,
are they in Connecticut?
My father, he's in South Carolina, and my mother is in Connecticut.
Your father's in South Carolina?
Yes, sir.
Is it your thinking that you're going to go to South Carolina?
After handle like the probation and things like that, he wants me to come down there and start a life down there and stay out from Connecticut because he had trouble up here too at one point in his life, and he left and went down South Carolina. Now he has his own business, and he has a couple own businesses. So he want me to go down there and try to enjoy some life down here with him.
I see that your substance abuse score is a 3, which is not the highest, obviously it's in the middle. But were there issues with substance abuse, with drugs?
No, not really. I drank a little bit when I was home, so I don't.
Any of that have any impact on the offenses that you've committed?
No, sir.
None of it?
No.
You're smoking?
No.
Marijuana was your choice drug?
Yes.
Yeah. Have you done any treatment in the community?
Meaning that's like addiction programs?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
No, I have not. This is my first incarceration.
Yeah, I got that. And that's kind of surprising. Sure, this was your first incarceration. Why is that? What led you to this?
Me being I didn't have like a stable home to like live at, and I was on the streets, and I didn't have nowhere to go. I was in and out of shelters at a young age. I was in and out of family homes, still getting kicked out, as I was saying. So the things I did was to fend for me to live off of.
Why did that situation exist? Were you not getting along with your family?
No, it wasn't that. It was something like along as my mom and her marriage. There wasn't, I guess, the guy, her husband, her ex-husband didn't like me, so we was always fighting and things like that. So she took him over me. So I ended up being on the streets and living on the streets and things like that.
And now you find that your mother's very supportive?
Yes, now my mom's very supportive. She's been supportive this whole turnaround for me.
You graduated high school?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Any thoughts on education?
Yes, sir. I still want to go back to school for culinary and I want to do my father has a business of construction, and he builds houses and buildings and roofings and things like that. But those are the two I want to go to school for.
Do you think you need any programming right now? Do you think you could use programming, and if so, what kind of programming could you use?
Program I was really asking for and really looking forward to is to how to be like a father to my child, things like that, and some type of counseling for me so I could like learn how to like speak to people and like speak to people, meaning like have a conversation with.
Meaning like without having a lot of issues?
Not say issues, but like just someone I can talk to. So I wouldn't be like
therapy? Yeah,
therapy. Thank you. That's what I was looking for.
And do you think anger management would be helpful?
If that fall, yeah, that sounds good too.
Yeah, because it's going to be rough on the outside.
Yes.
And yeah, I'm going to be honest with you, and I want to be honest with you. My concern is the way you've handled yourself on the inside right now. I do have some concerns about that because you're going to be running into things on the outside that stress you out, could make you frustrated, could get you angry. I don't know if you've dealt with the loss issues that you feel instigated some of this or precipitated some of this, or the fact that you have these losses and I don't know if you've dealt with them or not. That's something you may need to be able to deal with at some point if they set you off in this particular way. So I want to be honest with that. I have those concerns about your particular situation. I'm going to reserve my questions at this point, and I want to let my colleagues ask their questions. And if I have any additional questions, I'll get back to you on that. But I want to wish you the best of luck.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank
Madam
you.
Chair.
I have no follow-up questions. Ms. Sasso, sorry.
I just have one. I just need to know because it's always so confusing to me. It notes in some of the reports that we read that you started smoking marijuana at the age of 10 and drinking alcohol at the age of 12.
Yes, ma'am.
So how do you're 10? I mean, you should be outside playing basketball or something. How do you get involved in that? And how did that influence everything that happened thereafter?
I mean, I was homeless and I
At
was
the age
hanging.
of 10?
Yes, me and my mother was homeless.
Okay.
So everything I used to like cope with those type of things.
Happened. Oh, hold on 1 second. We lost audio. Can you hear us? Okay, we cannot hear you. So just wait 1 moment.
I'll be right there.
Fatherhood of Cheshire. I'm surprised if they did not. They should.
Mr. Browning, if you can hear me, could you ask the officer to step in the room for a moment, please?
All right.
Oh, it's back.
And we just don't see it.
We can hear you again, but we don't have visual anymore.
All right, I'm gonna let them know.
Thank you.
They could hear me, but they can't see me, they said.
There we go.
There we go.
Thank you. I'm not sure quite what happened, but we lost you for your audio and video for a moment.
Yeah, we've been having some technical issues with all of our stuff today. So if you guys run into any more issues, just let us know.
All right, it looks like you know how to fix it, so don't wander off too far.
I'm right over here.
So the red box wasn't there yet.
Okay, so we're back. So you were just saying that some of the alcohol and the marijuana you started at a very young age due to the fact that you and your mom were homeless, and that became one of your ways to cope with the trauma of that situation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how much did it contribute, moving forward and into the eventual crime pattern?
A lot. Yeah, a lot. A lot has happened during those times, and I wish it was a different way to do it and live my life as a little boy, but the life that I had went through was traumatizing.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. Browning, we are now going to discuss your case and give you our decision in just a few minutes. All right, Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Mr. Browning's first right for the history.
Right.
He does rate high.
No adult history.
He does rate high for recidivate. Concern that I have in this case, when he rates high, too, he doesn't have any programming
Mhm.
that he's been able to do. his recent tickets, which were very much concerned by, especially in light of the fact that part of it had to do with his loss and his ability to deal with that particular situation. And that kind of concerned me. On the positive end, and he didn't have a solid release plan for me either. That I thought he really had. I didn't get a chance to really talk a lot about the release plan, but in his documents, I did see a solid release plan that was set up for him, which I would like to see. And there's some positives in his thing. He has a supportive family. He's got a supportive father in South Carolina. He did talk about some goals around when you study culinary arts and construction, which I thought was very positive. He does have his high school education, which is also very positive on his end. I don't think that he's really ready to go out now. I would maybe like to see him try to get some programming in and then maybe come back, because I think he's got some, I think he's thinking in a way that, a very positive way of what he wants to do with his life. And he wants to make that kind of change, but I think he needs some programming, some support to be able to do that. So I would like to see him do some programming and then maybe bring him back. Probably in another, because that would give him at least another, if we brought him back in June or July, it would give him another 7 or 8 months out of supervision, along with 3 years of probation after that, to kind of get adjusted to the
We give you about
community
9
again.
months if you were to get parole,
Right.
and then the 3 years of probation. I would agree with that. I'm concerned that his last ticket was less than a month ago. He does rate high for risk to recidivate. I think he could definitely benefit from the domestic violence program, voices. I mean, domestic violence, just in terms of getting along, he has a child with the victim and they need to kind of figure out how to parent. He could also,
fatherhood program too.
yeah, he could fatherhood program, and he could explore his release plan a little bit further, and anger management, although that does kind of go hand in hand with the domestic violence. And a tier program would probably be beneficial for him as well. Example.
Just for clarification, if he was interested in going to South Carolina for the fresh start and to pursue employment there with his dad, he would not have to wait until after he was concluded with his probation. He could apply to do his probation in South Carolina. Is that correct?
It is correct, and he could apply to do his parole there as well.
Okay.
I had inadequate institutional program participation. I had poor institutional adjustment.
What did you
I
think
had
about
a
it?
defender change, but they didn't do the programming.
I'm in favor of a rehear.
Okay, and were you thinking 6 months as well? Yes. Okay, so that's June 2025. And Mr. Rodriguez, tell me again what you had for.
I had inadequate institutional programming. I had inadequate release plan and poor institutional adjustment. I could have included inadequate evidence of offender change because he hasn't taken any programming, but he seems to be moving
Yes.
in a positive direction, and I don't want to distract from that.
Do you have anything else? No. Okay, so in the matter of Kenyatta Browning, 438778, there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: poor institutional adjustment, inadequate institutional program participation, and inadequate release plan. We will rehear the case in June 2025 and recommend that Mr. Browning have no additional disciplinary reports and that he complete the programming that's on his OAP and any other additional positive programming that's available to him. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Mr. Browning, we'll see you in 6 months. Give you an opportunity to do some programming. You'll still have time on parole, and then you have probation, okay?
All right.
All right, we will see you then.
All right. Thank you. Have a good day.
You're welcome.
This
You
concludes
too.
the hearing for Kenyatta.
Good luck.
Browning. This concludes the hearing for Kenyatta Browning, 438778. Good afternoon, Mr. Cruz.
Hey, good afternoon.
My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Wednesday, January 8th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Good afternoon, Panama Rodriguez.
And I'm Ellen Zappo Sasu.
Please state your name and inmate. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Luis Cruz, 235-431.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Luis Cruz, 235-431. He is serving a sentence of 15 years, executed suspended after serving 3 years, followed by 5 years probation for possession with intent to sell. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of January 25th, 2024. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has completed good intentions, bad choices. He attends AA, he does Bible study, and he's currently participating in Tier 2 with an anticipated completion date of February 4th, 2025. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within a very high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Cruz, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe it should be brought forward. You may begin.
As for why I believe I should make parole, I'm tired, physically, mentally, emotionally. You know, I can't go on living like this. I have to change. You know, I've literally have lost and wasted my entire life behind these walls. You know, in and out of jail, and you know, as embarrassing as it may sound, I've been incarcerated longer than I've been in society. You know, I don't have anyone to blame but myself for my addiction and my poor decisions. And also poor judgments. You know, I'm ashamed. I feel embarrassed. And I accept full responsibility for my crime, my charge, and I have no excuses for it. I've been my own worst enemies. It's not because I'm a bad person, but, you know, I'm an addict, and I understand that, you know. I know I have a drug problem. I've been getting high since the age of 14, you know, and slowly consuming harder drugs, whether selling it or sharing them. It has taken the best years of my life, you know. The courts has after 30 years, the courts has finally categorized me as drug dependent, you know. So I've taken it upon myself to clean my act up, detox myself. I can say that I'm doing better with my addiction. I'm handling my addiction better. I did have an incident where I smoked a joint and got caught. This tested positive for THC. It should be on file. Drugs have been my kryptonite my entire life. You know, like I don't have no excuse for it. I've been living a better life without drugs in my system and in my life. I can only imagine the stuff that I'm gonna accomplish when I go home and stay clean. I'm honestly past that point in my life. I lost way too much. I'm reading stuff because talking to you people makes me a little nervous, but I put a little thing, you know, I put a little thing down, you know, to make sure I cover all bases. You know?
We appreciate that.
I'm not gonna lie to you guys, so it might sound like I'm reading it, which I am, but I took the time to put it together, you know. I'm ready to move on. A job awaits me upon my release with both my sponsors, you know. Working at CNS
with a friend of mine's and also with my mom. She needs someone to take care of her. As you may know, she's not doing good health-wise. She needs someone to take care of her, you know? And since my brothers and sisters don't want to step up and do anything about it, you know, I would like to, I'm willing, if the opportunity presents itself, to take care of my mom, you know. Today I can say that I'm changing and welcoming change. I'm a different thinking person. I'm working on myself by attending meetings every week. It gives me structure. I've learned a lot I'm learning a lot from the programs and being able to reflect with people dealing with similar addictions. You know, I've been battling with this demon all my life. You know, since I grew up around drugs, it was normal that as I was growing up as a kid, my mom got high, my dad got high, uncles, aunts. It was normal partying all the time. But now I know how to ask for help. You know, now I know how to reach out to other people. I'm looking to obtain a sponsor when I come home. You know, I want to reach out to a C-car, obtain my CDL license. You know, and be a part of my children's life. Be a member of society. Learn how to cope with everyday struggles without drugs in my life towards a better future. In conclusion, I hope this honorable board can see that the change within me, you know, that I'm honestly trying. I'm trying, you know. I'm not saying I changed completely, but I'm trying to change, because change, you got to work at it. It doesn't just happen overnight. You know? I hope you can find it in your hearts to grant me this opportunity so I can reintegrate back into society and be a productive member, as well, a positive role model to myself, my family, and remain crime-free. You know, so that's all I have to say right there.
Well, thank you, Mr. Cruz. I will say that the board does appreciate when somebody comes to us with a statement, all prepared, because I think we get more information that way. Some people feel like it's more genuine to go off the cuff, but things get left out.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. So we're going to ask you some questions, then we'll deliberate and we'll give you our answer. Okay. So I'll start with questions this morning. And I thought your opening statement was very informative, shows that you've given a lot of thought into what your life has been like. And it sounds like it's been a life of drug use. You know, your criminal history, I go back through it. You've got 6 prior sale cases or possession with intent. This last time, am I right? You were only in the community for about 12 days before you were arrested again?
That's correct.
All right. So why do you think you were released and immediately relapsed?
I guess all the pressure that was coming at me all at once, it was a little difficult, you know. It was overwhelming. I try to make the best of it. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I probably said no 100 times, you know. But
is it that you go back to the same kind of place, environment with the same people?
Yeah, that's correct. I keep trying to get away from it, but it just keeps sucking me back in, you know. And I'm grateful now that I've realized that, you know.
So I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but when you say that, how do you expect to make that change when you're back out?
Right now, I got plans. I have a structure. Like, I'm looking at stuff differently. Like, I know I need help, and I'm gonna continue to look for it. I'm not gonna give up easily this time. You know, I'm gonna reach out to different agencies and sponsors, people that can help me, positive people, and start surrounding myself around positive people in my life instead of being around the same type of environment. Even my family members, a lot of them, they into the same thing, you know, getting high, and they not good for me. And being that they not in my life now, why should I even bother to go seek out to find them or visit them by any chance?
Well, when you talk about family members, are you talking about your mother? That's who you have that you would like to sponsor to.
Yeah, no, my mom, she's just sick. She has a bad liver, and doctors ain't giving her much time to live. You know, she got like 2 years, maybe 18 months left. That's what the doctors are saying. So, you know, it's mainly my dad, my uncles, a lot of my cousins, relatives. They all in that same environment, getting high, drinking, drugging, and I can't see myself being in gatherings with any of them, because all that's gonna do is bring me back to the same thing again.
Well, I would think it's important that you're at a place where you do recognize that we often can't pick our families, but we can pick our friends, right? We can pick other positive people, and you might just have to let go of some of those family members that continue down the wrong path, a different path than you're looking to go down this time. Have you participated in drug treatment before while you've been incarcerated?
I have, but I've, to be honest with you, I did it just to try to make parole and stuff like that. I never really took it seriously. This time is different because, you know, like, I'm exhausted. I can't keep wasting my life in here. You know, I've been at least 27 years of my life. I'm only 46 behind these walls. You know, I can't do it.
I would agree. It's a long haul when you're using drugs. Makes you old quick. Makes you older quick. But you're also, on the flip side, you know, you are only 46. There is still plenty of time to turn it around and have a better life for yourself that's free of drug use. You know, this arrest is incredibly concerning. You knew that coming in today, right? You were on special parole when you got arrested for the same charges. Why didn't you reach out to your parole officer and tell them you were struggling?
I mean, I don't know if they was willing to help me, to be honest, you know, because, I mean, I know they have many case files and stuff like that. And one thing led to another. I started drinking, and next thing you know, I started consuming harder drugs. So I didn't reach out to him. I should have looked for a sponsor and had went to meetings and stuff like that. Stuff that I'm thinking of, like, I want to do now. That's the stuff that I want to do now, you know?
Well, you know, I can tell you that it's probably a lot easier for a parole officer to help you get into a program than it is to write a warrant to bring you back in. So, you know, they are there to help you be successful in the community.
Okay. I'll take that into consideration. I'm looking forward to that.
I'm happy to see that you're participating in the Tier 2 program. You completed Good Intentions, Bad Choices. Have you done that before?
Yes.
You have. Okay. Did you get anything different out of it this time?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's all about pressure and obstacles in life that you gotta, you know, think before you react, you know, and that's what I'm doing now. I'm being patient with myself, my surroundings, you know. I wish I was patient before. I wish I was patient, you know, ahead of time. I wish I knew that there was actually people that are willing to help me instead of just going to the drug use and ripping and running around in the streets, you know.
Well, there's still time for that, you know, still time. I'm also happy to see that you've been attending support groups, AA, NA.
Every week.
Every week.
I'll be there today.
Okay. Did you get a sponsor?
Right now, we don't have like sponsor. We basically sponsor each other in here. It's a small group of guys in here. We barely get to see each other because we're in different units, but we tend to encourage each other and we taking it serious. You know, we got a great team of guys in there.
Great. And this, you brought it up, and we need to ask the disciplinary ticket in March for the marijuana. So what happened there, and how are you moving forward from that?
With that incident, I had, like I said, I was going through a situation with my lawyer, the public defender's office, and I felt like he was just feeding me to the wolves when with the case that he was not trying to help me in any way, shape, or form. I kept asking about, I need help. You just want to continue to give me time and throw me behind these walls, and that's not helping me. Being back here is not, like, that doesn't help me. Give me an opportunity to go to a program and even if it's inpatient and better myself, like I felt that he was in, so I was under pressure and I decided to smoke a joint, I got caught.
Well, you still have your special parole sentence to finish, and that's not done until July 2030. And then you have 5 years of probation at the end of this sentence. So as I like to say, that's a lot of people in your business. So, and how you choose to manage that will be completely up to you, right? You can choose to accept the help and the resources and the monitoring that both agencies provide, or, you can choose to go your own direction and probably end up back where you are now.
Yeah.
But
go ahead, I'm sorry.
I was just going to say too, so for today, we will be making a decision about your parole eligibility on the current charges, but we also will be making a decision about your release date back to special parole.
Okay.
So I'm going to turn the hearing over to my colleagues now, Ms. Zappo-Sasso, and see if she has any questions, and then Mr. Rodriguez.
So, Mr. Cruz, something you said earlier caught my attention. When you were out in the community before, you said that you kept saying no like 100 times. And I assumed you meant by that to people offering you drugs or alcohol, right?
Correct.
So who were those people? Your family, friends?
Yeah, cousins, relatives, cousins, aunts, even my dad, stuff like relatives, they even friends also, and my day one, I said no 100 times, and and then when I went to parole, my PO, they told me like, weed, if you want to smoke weed, is okay. We don't object to that. Just don't get into any other. So they're like, it's not like we are against it, so, but even then, just because you telling me that I can smoke weed didn't mean that I ran to go smoke weed neither. Like I said no 100 times in day one. It took me a few days to smoke pot. I'm not gonna lie,
Well, I think the reason I'm asking you to clarify that is for when you do return to the community at whatever point, you're talking about caring for your mother. Obviously, these family members are most likely around, even if they're not taking responsibility to care for her, as you mentioned. So that's a problem, because that's definitely going to be a trigger for you. So where is your mother? Would this be in Hartford? Is that where the problems occur when you go back to Hartford? Or is she someplace else? Correct.
Yeah, Hartford.
All right. So in one of the reports that we read, you had also mentioned someone who was willing to sponsor you in a different town, Mr. Durant. Who is he to you? And is that a possibility?
Yes, he's a great friend of mine. I've known him for over 20 years. he's like, he works in CNS, he's corporate, and he's like, I got a job waiting for you, $24 an hour starting. I even have a room for you to come live with me and help you get on your feet. You know, I was on parole before, you know, I was on parole for 6 years. You know, it's not like it's new to me, you know, it's just that I got caught up in doing the wrong stuff at the wrong time, you know what I mean? And I caved in instead of continuing the positive path. The same day I got arrested, the next day I was starting a job, you know, like I was actually in New Britain registering a vehicle that I had just purchased so I could start working with an agency. And I stopped at the plaza and started getting high and lost track of time, and police pulled me over, found the drugs.
So we're not supposed to really give advice during these hearings. We're supposed to hear from you, but it seems to me that you're really caught between two places right now. You want to care for your mother, but yet you have this offer with Mr. Durant in a different town with a job. And it seems like that would be the better path for you. And I know that that's hard to say because it is your mother, but there seems to be a lot of other family members who should be stepping up, and you need to worry about you at this point. I'm concerned if you go back into that situation, it's just going to be a repeat cycle of what's happened because they clearly aren't respecting your sobriety. And that's going to continue to be a problem. And it's been a problem for you. You know, you've been out 5 of the 7 times haven't worked for you. And I have to assume now that I've heard a little bit of your story that it's the people and the places closest to you that are continuing to be a downfall for you. You have to separate that out if you're going to be successful. My next question is, what is your current relationship with your kids?
We talk at least 4 or 5 times a week. We always communicate, you know, my daughter right now, she's 14, you know, I haven't been in her life, you know, I was out there for the first 5 years when I was on parole, then I was out for 6 years and completed parole successfully. And then she needs me, she needs a father figure in her life, you know, it's not easy for her.
Are they in the area?
Yeah, they're in the Britain, they're in the Britain. And then my oldest, he's studying, he did college, he's doing meteorologist. He should be in the news pretty soon. So, you
That's
know,
great.
one thing about it with them, they mom did an incredible job with them, you know, and I've been supportive, even though I'm in here, I'll try to do the little that I can from in here. But I communicate with them almost every day, you know, at least minimum 5 times a week, you know.
The other part of your release plan that was in one of the reports talked about your brother's tow truck company. Where is that based out of?
Southington.
Okay.
Southington.
Is that an option for you as well? Or
Yeah, he has a job waiting for me as well. He already told me, like, if you get out, you could start doing towing. Like, jobs is not a problem me obtaining. I have many opportunities out there. It's just a matter of getting out and starting my routine, you know.
Well, I mean, it sounds like you know where you should be and where you shouldn't be, and that's really going to be the big decision for you. And there's some tough decisions, but I think you know what you have to do.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready and willing, and you know, and I'm definitely gonna make the right decisions this time. I'm too old. I can't do this no more. You know, it's too much. Too much has been taken from me already.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we just want to go back over a couple of things, that's all. So you're going to NA, right? Because you started a kind of a small group with a group of guys that are there, but you don't have a sponsor.
No, I mean, sponsor is like guys, because we're in different units in this.
I know you don't have a sponsor. I'm more thinking about how you set up a sponsor on the outside for yourself. So you're not coming out to the outside without somebody to be supportive. And you mentioned that you've also dealt with C-Car.
Yeah.
Have you talked to the C-Car person?
Yeah, I have a pamphlet right here though, on how to reach out to them.
Yeah. So my suggestion would be to reach out to them because, you know, I think part of what you want to be able to do, like since the last time that you were out, you were not so successful. The last time you went out, you were only out for 12 days. Is that you want to have that positive support system for you set up before you go out. Not when you get out and then try to work it out.
Yeah, I just got the I just received the pamphlet yesterday. I kid
That's
you
good.
not.
That's good. Because
The counselor in here is helping me with it.
I'm hearing that you want to get yourself together. The drug that you have been using is a very serious drug to be addicted to. It kills many people. You've been blessed that you have not, killed yourself in an overdose or something. And in selling it, I guess you're lucky that you haven't killed anybody else that you've sold it to. And who knows, to be honest with you, because who knows what harm has been done to the community. It's always one of the victims in this, right? So, for me, you definitely need to, prepare yourself for the outside. So whatever happens today, you're still going to have time to kind of work on this a little bit. You need to start preparing yourself for the outside and get yourself a sponsor, connect with your C-card person, see if they can get you a recovery coach to start talking to. So you have somebody you can turn to on the outside.
All right.
I don't have any additional questions, I think.
Thank you. So, Mr. Cruz, we're going to discuss your case now, okay?
Okay.
Give you our decision. So, for me, I think that Mr. Cruz is making some very positive strides in addressing his underlying issue, which seems to be addiction. He's currently in the Tier 2 program. He took the Good Intentions, Bad Choices program, seems to have gotten a little bit more from it this time, even than he did the last time. And he's involving himself with recovery support there in the facility. He admits to using marijuana in last March, so about 9 months ago. I think his release plan is okay. Seems to me when he talks about being in going to different areas, that returning to Hartford could be another trigger for him. What concerns me is that Mr. Cruz was on special parole when he was arrested on the new charges. He was on special parole for the exact same charges, possession with intent. He had only been in the community approximately 12 days before he got arrested on the new charges. He has a history of more failures on supervision than he does positive, successful completions. So I do not have Mr. Cruz voted to parole today. We do need to make a decision about his special parole. So although I don't have him voted to discretionary parole today, I would be willing to release him to his special parole when he finishes this sentence, because we could keep Mr. Cruz to the end of his special parole term as well. But I think going to his end of sentence, which is in July, will give him time to finish the Tier 2 program, continue to participate in his recovery programs, the AA program that he says he's doing, and he can connect with CCAR between now and then and really set himself up for success. So, Ms. Sasu, Dapo Sasu.
So just so I understand this special parole piece, that would mean that at his end of sentence, he would begin to serve that.
Right. Okay. So his end of sentence for his current charges, which I have is July 7th, 2025, but that could change. When he finishes that sentence, we would also make him eligible to go back out on his special parole term.
Okay.
From his other charge.
And then his 5 years for probation is on top of that.
Will run concurrently to the special parole.
Okay.
To help your supervision.
I think it's a good plan.
Okay.
Because it gives him some time to set some stuff up before he goes out, which I think he really needs to do.
Agreed. And I had criminal history and current offense committed while on special parole. Because we do hear offender change and he's taking some good programs. Okay, and Mr. Cruz also comes to us with 47 disciplinary reports and 1 this time. So I do think that also is indicative of change.
Yep.
So in the matter of Louis Cruz, 235431, there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: criminal history and current offense committed while on special parole. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we also need to set Mr. Cruz's special parole conditions. I had no alcohol, halfway house if needed, and no contact with the two individuals that were in the car, which is Victor Rios and Nicole Malenfant. Did anybody have anything else or didn't have
I didn't
those?
have those.
They weren't arrested, they were just the two individuals in the car with them. So I would do a general no contact.
Madam Chair, can I have Victor Rios? What's the other name?
Nicole Malenfant, Malenfant. So I'll make a motion to set those special parole stipulations. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, Mr. Cruz, we did not vote you to parole on this current charge, but we made you eligible to release in July back to your special parole as well. All right, and in the meantime, it's really just enough time to connect with CCAR, finish tier 2, and and get yourself in a place where you'll go out and be successful in the community.
Okay.
All right, good luck.
Yeah, don't take this as this is an opportunity for you.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I mean, I was hoping to make a couple months before, but you know what I mean? It is what it is. I mean, I tried. You're basically making me discharge after 3 years. You're making me do 100% of the 3 years.
Yeah.
That's what,
Well, that's one way of looking at it, but you realize that the board could have kept you to your end of special parole
Right.
sentence also, which is 2030.
all right.
Okay. All right. Good luck.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
This concludes the parole hearing for Louis Cruz, 235431.
Do we have a minute?
Mr. Daniels will be with you shortly.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Daniels.
Good afternoon.
My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Wednesday, January 8th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Mr. Daniels. My name is Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Good afternoon, Ken Rodriguez.
And I'm Ellen Zappo Sasser.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Ladean Daniels, 196157.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Dean Daniels 196157. He's serving a sentence of 10 years, executed suspended after serving 42 months, followed by 3 years probation for sale of a narcotic substance and illegal possession of a weapon in a motor vehicle. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of June 30th, 2024. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has not completed any programs. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the very high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Daniels, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Well, my mom died in 2020, and I kind of started using drugs, and it led me back in prison. I got some help. I got back out. I've been trying to stay on the right path, and I relapsed, and I got caught with some drugs. At my age and sitting in prison for these last 2 years and a couple months, it made me really reflect on my life and how much of my life I've spent in prison and what I want to do with my future. And I've decided that I want to go take my CDLs and drive trucks for a living, and at least trying to find some normalcy with the rest of my life.
Okay, Mr. Daniels, thank you for that. We appreciate you giving us some insight into what you're thinking. We'll be asking you some questions. At the end of the questioning, we'll make our decision about your parole, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm going to begin with my colleague, Ms. Dapo Sasu.
Good afternoon, Mr. Daniels. So in looking at some of the information that we had to review, there's a lot of numbers. You know, you've had not a great year this past year in terms of your in and out. This is your 6th period of incarceration. You've had 13 disciplinary reports. You've taken 0 programs, which I'm sure that's probably connected. And you failed overall 7 out of the 8 times that you were out on community release. But the number that really bothers me is the 33 baggies of fentanyl, because the impact of that in our community is pretty grave. So from a numbers game, this is not going well for you. How do you think that? Go ahead.
I was using the fentanyl.
Okay. What about the gun that was found as well? Was that yours?
There was no firearm found.
A facsimile firearm?
Yeah, I mean fake.
Okay. But again, what was the intent in having a fake gun?
I didn't even know that was in the car. It wasn't my vehicle. I only went to the store.
So you've talked about that you're spending too much time in prison, and I would have to agree with you based on your record. And I'm sorry about the loss of your mother. And it seems like you have a significant other on the outside waiting for you. Is that still true?
Yes.
Okay, so what's going to change? What can you say to me to convince me that this isn't just going to be a repeat cycle again? What's changed for you?
I mean, I've got somebody positive in my life that's willing to help me. My transitioning back into society be more smoother than the last time I was released, going through the hardship, the depression, and this time it's a lot easier transition for me, and I'm more focused. I'm more determined to succeed. I've been reevaluating my core values in life, and I really feel that at this stage of my life, I'm ready.
So that's good to hear. I mean, I guess I would challenge you to tell me then, in terms of the change aspect, over the entire time that you've been incarcerated, you've had a significant number of discipline reports. But in this particular case, you've had intoxication, you tested positive for marijuana, you made threats to a cellmate, you had contraband, you were in possession of marijuana. So that was all within the last year and a half. The most recent one being last February, where you tested positive for marijuana. You've not taken any programs, so I'm assuming that that's connected. Are you not being allowed into programs because of your DRs?
No, ma'am. I've been on a waiting list. I've been in the county jail for 2 years. And I just recently got sentenced. So now I'm on a waiting list for programs, which may take forever. It's just the waiting list is long in here.
When you were incarcerated before, Mr. Daniels, did you take advantage of any programs?
Yes, I've took voices, how to do your bid, page your rage. I've took multiple programs.
So do you feel that addiction is still your main issue right now?
No, I believe it's more mental health.
Okay, and what have you been doing to manage that?
Well, I've got back on medication.
Okay.
And
Did that happen while you were inside or while you were in
Yes.
the community?
while
Okay.
I've been inside.
Okay. So, and that seems to be working for you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And just so you know, we do have some of those medical reports, so you don't have to go into great detail because we are in a live stream. So we know what you're talking about. So tell me why you think that's going to be a positive impact moving forward. You didn't have any type of meds before, I'm assuming.
Nah. Well, it's helping me cope with my depression and PTSD,
Okay.
anxiety, things that probably led me to self-medicating.
Okay. And you understand that mixing of alcohol and drugs with the meds that you're on would be a really big disaster back in the community.
Right, right.
In addition to your significant other, do you have any other supports that are set up to help you be successful upon release?
Yes, I have a friend of mine, and he's gonna help me with transportation and things like that.
What about recovery? Are you going to plan on going to groups or
Yeah,
hook
I'm
up with recovery?
a IOP.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
Mr. Daniels, were you planning on going back to the New London area, or are you looking to do something different?
either New London or New Haven, but I
Okay.
want to go back to the New London area.
Okay, is that going to be difficult for you, knowing that that's where some of the issues have occurred and where you probably know where to get things if you needed to?
No, I think Hartford would have been my problem.
Okay, is that typically where you would go to obtain your drugs?
Yeah,
Okay, but you live in New London area.
yeah.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Thank you. Mr. Rodriguez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Ladean,
Daniel.
this is not your first right?
Daniels.
Okay. Oh, Daniels, I'm sorry. Mr. Daniels.
Ladine is his first
Mr.
name.
Daniels. My apologies for that. This is not your first weapons charge, even though it was a BB gun.
Yeah,
Yeah, this is not your first charge of a weapon.
yeah.
You've had weapons before.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. What's the deal with the weapons?
I mean, I wasn't a drug dealer back in the days, and
You were a drug dealer back in the day.
I wasn't a drug dealer.
You weren't. So why were you carrying a gun?
It was just the neighborhood.
You had a sales for a gun too, right? Sold a gun? You sold a gun?
Nah, never had a sales for a gun.
I had it down as a gun sale. What were you in federal custody for?
State inmate, interstate, compact transfer. I was into gangs back in the days.
Were you arrested by the federal courts and sentenced?
No.
No?
I was
Okay.
a state inmate.
Okay.
So look, if you were to be released, what is your plan to stay clean in the community?
Well, I want to, there's a place on Bank Street in London's IOP, guy there, Skip. I met him when I was home, and he used to try and get me to come in there, and I'm gonna go see him and sign in for some programs there. And
what have you been
my
doing?
My significant other been telling me about C-Car.
Yeah, that's but you haven't contacted them since you've been there.
No, I've been wanting to know the outcome of, am I going to be released or parole or what? Then I'll reach out to them
when you're outside, already under pressure outside?
No. Once I came to my parole hearing and found out what was going to be done with me, I was going to reach out to them.
And you believe that would give you enough time to be able to set all that up before you got out?
I don't have no idea, sir.
Yeah, well, that's my point. You know, don't you think you should think about preparing before going out, like getting a hold of people before getting out? Like, don't you have a tablet?
Yes.
Yeah, and in that tablet, there's from what I understand, there's a icon for CCAR. To be able to reach out to CCAR.
I never knew that.
And well, have you taken any addiction service programs since you've been there now?
I've been on the list for them, but
part of getting your DRs probably prevents you from being to get into some of those programs.
No, because my DRs were before I was sentenced.
So why haven't you been able to get into the program?
I'm on the waiting list, sir. I can't force the prison to put me in the program.
How strongly have you advocated for yourself?
I've been advocating. I've been wanting to get in the programs. I've been writing a counselor. I've been told I'm on a waiting list, that there's nothing they can do about it.
It would seem to me that would be a program that at least I would want to see you take, especially since you said that these 33 bags of fentanyl were for your own personal use. That sounds to me like a very serious, and we're only talking 2022. You know, it sounds to me like that's a very serious addiction issue that you have. So it would seem to me that would be like one of these you would absolutely want to do like right away, right? Am I right?
Yes.
Yeah. And it's something that I assume that you realize that you need.
Yes.
Okay. But that's important to also know as well. You don't have a CDL now. You want to get a CDL.
Yes.
You have a driver's license?
No.
You're going to need to get a driver's license, right?
Right.
You don't have one because it's been suspended or because it's expired or what?
I've never had one.
You've driven around all this time without a driver's license?
Yes.
And any particular reason why you decided to do that? Just so you didn't need to get a driver's license. You were on special parole when you committed this particular offense? Yes, were you on special parole during this particular offense?
Yes.
Yeah, well, I mean, I have to be honest. I'm going to be honest with you. I have some real challenges with some of these issues. You know, the fact that you haven't taken an addiction service program yet. That, you know, part of your claim is that the 33 baggies of fentanyl were for you, which shows a pretty serious substance abuse issue for me. Because, I mean, as you know, people are dying from fentanyl on the streets, right? So, you know, it shows kind of a real concern.
I've been clean now for over 2 years. And haven't had
my concern would be back. My concern would be back out in the street again. That would be my concern. Going back out you're in a place now where you should be clean. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, you should be clean while you're in there, even though there's some guys who still somehow haven't managed to get high in prison. But, you know, you should be clean there because you're in a place where you should be clean, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is my concern when you go back on the outside and the probability of you relapsing, since you face a loss that caused you to relapse this time, right? Which I'm sorry for, the loss of your mom, right? Mm-hmm. So, and that caused you to relapse, correct? That's what you said.
It caused me to start using drugs.
Yeah. So that, concerns me that what if there's something more significant that happens to you on the outside? Would that drive you into a situation without having any kind of programming done? And you've taken programming before in the community?
Yes, I've been to the App Foundation.
Yeah, and you relapse after that treatment as well.
Yes.
Yeah. So you see, even with treatment, you still had an issue. So I would definitely want to see some sort of addiction service for you, some sort of a treatment program before you came out. Anyway, those are my concerns with you at this point and the questions that I had. Thank you for answering my questions, and I do wish you the best of luck.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. So, Mr. Daniels, you have two disciplinary tickets for intoxication. One was recently, February 2024, which is about 11 months ago. What was it? What was the intox?
Marijuana.
Marijuana. Okay. So, and then there's one for, a few months before that as well. I'm assuming it's the same marijuana.
Yes.
Yeah. So in the world of sobriety, marijuana is still a drug. So, those are things we want you to be thinking about in terms of how you look forward with your sobriety. So as Mr. Rodriguez stated, you were on special parole and you were an absconder for about a year, right?
About 4 months.
4 months? Okay. Why did you abscond from parole?
I thought I was going to get packed in, so I ran.
And you thought you were getting brought back in because of why?
I don't remember.
Were you using and testing positive, or was there other things happening?
I think there were other things happening.
Okay. All right. Because you struggle on community supervision from what we have. But I do hear some recognition, some understanding from you about what you need to work on.
Yes,
Now, your special parole doesn't end because it's running while you're incarcerated. So that doesn't end until October 2025. So another 10 months. This sentence is over in February 2026. So between now and the end of your sentence, because you still could get into some programs, set yourself up with CCAR for release. So there's still some things that you could be doing. All right. So I don't have any other questions. We'll deliberate now and we'll give you our decision in just a moment.
I do have one additional question for Mr. Daniels. Mr. Daniels, you had talked about that you started using about 5 years ago when you lost your mother.
Mm-hmm.
But if you look at your criminal record, in 95, there was a possession of narcotics, and in 2000, there was a sale of a controlled substance. Were you just dealing, or were you using?
That was for marijuana.
Okay.
The charges.
Okay.
Yeah.
Were you selling or using, or both?
Marijuana. I was using it.
Okay, but selling it too?
No.
No? Okay. You get 7 years for that. That's a long time for someone who's just using.
Yeah. So what happened in 2020 when your mom died? What changed? You'd always kind of dabbled in marijuana. What did you get involved with in 2020?
Fentanyl.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. So Mr. Daniels has had, some criminal history over the last 30 years. He claims that the fentanyl addiction started 5 years ago when his mom died. Today, he's identified mental health as one of his main issues, and he is now on a medication management plan within the facility. What's different this time is he says he has positive support in the community and that he understands and knows he has to engage in treatment, and he's identified a potential IOP provider within New London on Bank Street, has stated that he knows he has to attend meetings, and has identified CCAR as a possible help as well. But at this point, I think that a lot of work needs to be done. And we also need to recognize that mental health and addiction are intertwined. So I would feel better if Mr. Daniels spent some time getting into some of the addiction services programming that is available to him. His risk of recidivism right now is very high, and I believe that he needs as many supports within the facility and the programming that is available to him in order to make sure that moving forward there is a strong foundation when he is released back to the community. So my recommendation today would be to deny and encourage him to continue with good behavior. If those in fact did occur prior to sentencing, to make sure that he stays clear of disciplinary reports and to engage his peer programming as well as any other positive programming to set himself up for the future.
Thanks. Mr. Rodriguez?
I would agree.
I
Colleague. That he really needs to get to some programming, begin to prepare himself for the outside so that he's prepared and set to go and not just going out without any kind of support.
prepare for success.
Especially if in fact fentanyl was his drug of choice towards the end.
So I would say that inadequate institutional program participation. There was an offense committed while on supervision. I don't know if that's something that you feel should be checked.
Well, current offense committed while he was on special parole.
Yeah.
Yes.
Inadequate institutional program participation.
Those two. And then if I could just defer to you on terms of the special detainer and how that gets worded. Right. And communicating with Mr. Daniels.
So his end of sentence is 2026, February 2000. So his special parole will expire before he gets to end of sentence. So we won't need to do anything about special parole today.
Okay.
All right. So I have inadequate institutional program participation, current offense committed while on special parole, and anything else? That's not enough. Okay. So in the matter of Ladean Daniels, 196157, it's a motion to deny his parole for the following reasons. Current offense committed while on special parole and inadequate institutional program participation. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. So Mr. Daniels, we were unable to vote you to parole because, for a lot of reasons, primarily because we do think that you need to take some programming to help you to be successful in the community. And that would be through the mental health and through addiction services. Okay? Best of luck to you.
This concludes the parole hearing for Ladean Daniels, 196157. Good afternoon, Mr. Perez.
Good afternoon.
My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Wednesday, January 8th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information and preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Good afternoon, Panama Rodriguez.
I'm Ellen Zappo-Sasu.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
My name is Jeremy Perez, inmate number 426580.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Jeremy Perez, 426580. He is serving a sentence of 5 years he's serving a sentence of 8 years, executed suspended after 5 years, followed by 4 years probation, for strangulation second, conspiracy to commit burglary third, 2 counts of violation of a state and criminal protection order, an additional violation of protection order, sale of hallucinogen and or narcotics, and strangulation first. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of June 21st, 2025. There is no victim in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has completed anger management and domestic violence. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk of recidivism. Mr. Perez, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe he should be granted parole. You may begin.
First of all, I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to hear me out today. I feel like I've been through a lot through here already, and I feel like I could be granted because I've learned, and that's pretty much it right now. That's all I can really tell you guys.
Okay, Mr. Perez. Well, we're going to be asking you a few questions, and that'll help flush out what's going on, what you've been doing. And I will begin with panel member Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Perez, you are here for some like really serious charges, right?
Right.
And we're here to figure out whether you're suitable to be able to be released back out into the community, to make sure that public safety is, there, that the public is safe. And you don't share one word with us about what you've gotten since you've been there. Have you attended programming?
I did programming.
Okay, what did you do?
I did anger management, and I finished domestic violence.
Okay, so two really important programs in relation to the charges that you have, because your charges are very serious,
right,
that we take very seriously, right? There's a victim in this case, even though they're not here today, there's a victim in this case, and the victim was assaulted.
Right.
Right?
Right.
And you didn't say one word about the victim right now. I mean, I'm amazed that you could come here in front of us with this kind of, let me finish, with this kind of a charge, and then not say a word about anything other than you think you deserve it because you've learned.
Nah, I apologize. I'm a little nervous right now. I've never been through none of this. This is my first time being incarcerated. Like, I feel for the victim. I really do. At the time, I wasn't right in my mind. I wasn't right. I was going through my own situation, my own problems. I was homeless. I was using drugs. And I really, from the bottom of my heart, I'm sorry for all that. You understand? Like, I feel like I learned my lessons off of that. Cause I wouldn't want that to happen, because I got my own kids. I would have never want that to happen to nobody else. I wasn't at the right mind, and I was out there doing bad stuff, So I apologize to come to you guys like this. I'm nervous. I don't know how to speak my words.
I kind of wish in your case that you would have prepared something in writing to be able to come to us. Because I'm sure that you've taken some programming that we would expect you to take. Mm-hmm. And you start off with, giving us really not much of anything.
I understand.
In terms of this, I appreciate that you've, rethought this now a little bit, and you've apologized, for your responsibility. I would assume that you're accepting responsibility for these actions, that, you're not denying them.
Right.
And anyway, I'm glad that at least you kind of at least shared your apology in this particular situation. Because how do you think you've left this victim?
I know I hurt her a lot. I know I hurt her and her family and what I put them through.
Yeah.
And I'm really, really sorry about that, because I still think to this day, like, I know I got a protective order with the victim and all that. But
what does that mean? What does that mean that you got a protective order?
I can't never talk to her ever again. I can't never go next to her, any of that.
Right.
And me in my heart, I feel like I would want to apologize to her for what I've done, just because I know I've hurt her and her family. Like, me and her been through a lot. I was with her for 5 years. Like, I understand, So.
Not only her, you shouldn't put your hands on anybody.
Right. I understand.
Right? Okay, so now that we got that out of the way, Let's, tell me about the programs that you have taken.
Domestic violence and the anger management, I've learned a lot because I was an angry person at one point in my life.
Why?
Own issues, family problems, grew up with no father. I had no role model teaching me how to like really be a man and really do something for myself. I never had that. So like I don't know. I never had that molding to me. So me being young, I felt like I could do whatever. I could do this, I could do that. And it led me to bad things. And the program helped me out because it taught me how to be humane, how to be a person, how to take people's emotions. And you know, it's not right to be putting my hand on people. You could talk to people. Now I know I could talk to people a certain way and not be all rude and stuff like that.
Tell me your understanding of a positive relationship, good relationship.
A positive relationship.
What makes a good relationship?
To me, a good relationship means good communication. You should be able to communicate with your spouse and come into an understanding and work it out with them, basically.
So what skills have you learned to be able to do that?
What skills? I learned how to speak to somebody and like hear them out and just shoot ideas to each other.
Okay. Tell me about your anger management.
Anger management, I've changed that a lot. I used to get angry a lot. Quick to talk with the mouth or fight or put my hand on somebody and not think of my reactions. But now I sit back and I think of, if I do this, this is the outcome of this. So now I sit back and think and it's not worth the time no more for that. For me, it's not.
What skill did you learn from anger? Let me ask this. Have you been able to use what you learned in anger management since you learned it? Since you went to the class? Can you give me an example of something that happened to you where you used one of the skills that you learned in anger management?
For example, a couple of days ago, some guy wanted to argue with me about some petty stuff. I sat and looked at I analyzed the whole situation and I said, bro, I'm not for the argument right now. And I just walked away. And I've been working on that a lot.
Good. Are there other techniques that you learned besides that?
No.
No? So you've also had, interesting enough, your substance abuse score was a 2.
What's that?
Right? Which is low, right? Marijuana, but interesting enough, you said that you had a habit with your cocaine.
Yeah, that was
using cocaine.
That was because I was homeless and I was lost at the time. And to me, I wanted to get out of the world, like, you know. So I was using cocaine basically to free my mind the problems that I was going through.
And you told the parole officer that it was a bad habit.
Yeah, at the time.
A bad habit.
It was. To me, it was
because how did you resolve that habit? Because you haven't taken an addiction service program, have you?
No, I haven't.
Have you taken a TIER program, or have you taken any NA groups, or have you?
Nah.
Talked to anybody to speak car?
No. At the time, I was telling her that because at that time that I was going through all these things was when I picked up the habit. So that's how I told her it was a bad habit. But to me, you could put me on a drug program and all that, and I feel like I could pass because my mind's not there right now. Like, my mind is going home and doing for my kids and doing for myself and moving on with myself. This isn't life.
That's important. So how are you going to do that? How are you going to move on for yourself?
For
Because
myself,
you got to be able to get yourself together before you can deal with your kids.
Right. I got to work on myself first.
How are you going to do that?
Like, and here I've been signing up for school. I haven't gotten no luck with that because I've been bouncing from jail to jail. But I'm trying to do that when I go home. I'm also working on trying to get my license, to get my CDLs. I've been working on that in here also. So I'm preparing myself so when I go home to work on those type of stuff. That's what's my mind at right now.
So you're signing up for your GED classes?
I signed up for GED, but it's a long list. So I'm just waiting to see when they will call me.
You have some tickets. Some of them they're not brand new, but 2023, you had a conspiracy to convey contraband. Were you trying to bring drugs into the facility?
Yes.
You also had contraband Suboxone. Were you using Suboxone?
I wasn't.
You weren't?
I wasn't using.
What were you doing? Bringing it into cell?
I'm be honest with you. I was almost going to.
I want you to be honest with me.
No, I am. I was going out to the halfway house, and my mother got deported to Mexico, so she stays with her grandparents, and her grandparents don't have no funds like that. So I took it upon myself to get drugs so I could support her from in here, because I can't support her from in here. So
you were selling it.
I was selling it. I'm being the bigger man. I got caught with the stuff. I
appreciate your honesty. I appreciate your honesty. I'm sure we all appreciate your honesty.
Yeah.
Okay, because that's pretty serious too, right?
It is.
And that concerns me because I wouldn't want you to go outside and then find yourself in a place where you couldn't get work. And then you decided that, the easy way for you would be, well, I'll sell some drugs to be able to kind of make up for this. And then you find yourself like back in this situation all over again. Do you know what I mean?
No, I understand where you're coming from, but I'm leaving all that to the past. I'm not trying to sit in jail the rest of my life. I'm trying to go home and do something for myself.
Well, that's good to hear. That's important. I want to make sure that you're ready for that, though. You follow me? I don't want you to go outside and then find yourself in a situation where, you're not set up and then boom, you're in front of us again at some point, having to figure out what you're going to tell us. So, I do have some concerns about your tickets. And I wanted to let you know that.
Right.
Have you worked at all in the facility? Have you done any work in the facility?
I got
any jobs?
I signed up for a tier job. I haven't gotten a response back.
Signed up for what?
Tier job, chairman job.
Tier job.
I signed up for the
but it hasn't happened yet.
Nah, because I was in the yellow. I was in high security. They just took me off for that.
You were in what?
So I was on high security.
Was that yellow?
Yes. So they just took me off for that. Now I guess I'm on the list and waiting for the list for the top.
Okay now? Okay. So tell me a little bit about your support system on the outside and how you're going to handle. You don't have a sponsor.
I do, but I don't know how this goes with that whole situation. I got my girl's mom's. She's willing to help me out. And
did you give that name to the parole officer?
I did.
Yeah. All right. So I don't think we've heard back yet from that. So I don't know if that's been verified or not. I don't think it has.
But I got a big family support.
You do? So who else is your support system?
I got my dad, I got my mother, I got my sisters, and I got my uncle.
Now, when you say there's a support system, what do you mean by that? You mean they'll give you a place to stay, they'll help you out with clothes? What does that mean? To
Yeah,
have that?
they'll help me out with clothes, food, whatever I need, they're there for that.
And how about employment? You talk about you might have employment where?
I got a warehouse job that my girl's family's owns or something like that, so they could put me to work as soon as I get out.
Is this girl the same girl that was involved in these situations?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. I think I'm done with questioning for right now. Mr. Perez, right now, I'm done with my questioning. I'm going to allow my colleagues to go ahead and ask their questions, and then if I have any additional questions that come up, I'll come back and ask you, okay?
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much for answering my questions, and the best of luck to you.
Thank you. So Mr. Rodriguez asked great questions. I just have one follow-up. So you have a new girlfriend that you said you met while you're incarcerated.
Right.
Right. And how did you meet her?
I met her from a friend.
Through a friend?
Through a friend.
Okay. You were on probation when you got arrested also?
I was.
For a criminal mischief first?
Right.
Yeah. Was that a domestic case also?
It was.
It was with the same victim?
Right.
Okay. All right. So there's a protective order. How are you? Is she the mother of one of your children?
No, she's not.
She's not. Okay. So there's really no reason for you to ever see her again, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Just checking in on that. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Perez. Ms. Abelsasso?
Thank you, Mr. Perez. So when we look at history and what's going to help you be successful, we try to look at the information that you gave the parole officer and the other things that we read is to try to put those pieces of the story together. And I'm concerned because I don't understand how you went from almost graduating to having full-time jobs, and then to homelessness. And at one point you did say that you were using cocaine and ecstasy. So is the connection between losing or not having a job and being homeless, is it because of the drug use?
It was because I was homeless. I didn't have no family out here at the time. Okay. I felt lost. I was lost. My kids is something big for me. So because they wasn't there, I wasn't there for them. And because my daughter's mom got deported and all this, it was just a lot of stuff going on at the time. That's what made me go to using and doing all these other stupid stuff that I was doing.
Okay. So you said that you have a 15-year-old and a 12-year-old, and that you have a good relationship with the mother of the 12-year-old, but not the 15-year-old. Which mother got deported?
The 12-year-old.
Okay. So you had a good relationship with her, and that child is now with her grandparents.
Right.
Where is the 15-year-old? Is she in the area as well?
She lived in Waterbury at the time. She gets in contact with my mother. Like, it's weird. She'll get in contact with my moms and talk to my moms, but she don't want no parts of me being there for her. It's the situation.
Okay. Well, maybe that will change when you're out.
Hoping so.
Okay, so you've had this period in your 20s that was bad, and so now you're 35, right?
Right.
And you say you have a job set up, and is that through your significant other's family that you might, or is it the mother of one of the kids?
That's what the girl that I'm dealing with now.
Okay, so her family has potential employment for you.
Right.
Okay. In terms of the addiction issues, you say you feel good, but do you have anything ready to go if in fact you start feeling some of these pressures again, pressures to support your kids, you know, pressures in a relationship
What you mean by using?
or anything? I mean, anger, using.
Oh, right now, like I said, that's in the past for me right now. Like I'm looking for the future right now. Like I'm trying to do better for me and my kids for the first time in my life. Like this is my first time doing time, my first bid. So like I've done seen a lot of stuff in here that I don't want to go through this no more. Like I got short time, and it's like I'm gonna go home and I'm trying to do what I have to do for myself for the first time in my life. I want to achieve something. I want to do something with myself. Like I'm tired of like I'm really tired of living how I was living. So I'm focused on trying to better myself now. That's my main focus.
You had said that you were going to be willing to do therapy and substance abuse programs within the community. Are you still willing to do all of that?
Yep.
Okay. Have any other questions?
Great, thank you. All right, Mr. Perez, we will discuss your case and give you our decision in just a few minutes. Mr. Rodriguez, what are you thinking?
You heard my concern early on about not acknowledging things at the beginning of the statement, and I can understand that he was nervous and stuff. He did subsequently apologize, say he was sorry for what he had done, and accept the responsibility of that, because they were very serious charges. These could have ended up in a variety of different ways that would have been much more detrimental to the victim and to him as well. He did acknowledge, like I said, he did acknowledge the programs that he took were relevant to criminogenic needs he had to these two cases. And he took the programs. I asked him for an example of what he did with anger management. He gave us an example of a situation that occurred within the facility. He understands his protective order. We asked him about his protective order. He understands what's required of the protective order. He has potential employment opportunity with his girlfriend's family. Seems to be looking towards the future. He's got before his parole eligibility date in June, which gives him another 6 months before his DOS, and that would provide us some time out in the community for some supervision. So I would be willing to grant discretionary parole today.
Okay.
Mr. Perez.
Thank you. And Ms. Sasso.
I agree. I mean, it's a little scattered in terms of how we got to this point, but I do believe that he has community support, which it sounds like he might not have had that previously. He does not have any prior, problems with parole or community release. So I think he should be given the opportunity to be successful. He has one daughter who is already missing one parent, being raised by grandparents. So he's got some responsibilities. And I think to himself, getting the GED, whether he can do that before his parole eligibility date or in the community, I mean, that's an important piece of not only for yourself, but for your kids. You want them to see you being successful for yourself.
Fatherhood program.
And the fatherhood program, his previous employment history was strong before he had his addiction lapse. So I do think that he is a candidate. I think that he has the tools in place. I think he needs to learn how to use the tools in order to be successful.
I'm including it. I think all that's been already put on the record. And for conditions, we'll contact
the victim.
GG.
Yeah.
Halfway house.
Domestic violence.
Yes. And also within the, one of the reports, I believe it was on page 6. He did state that he'd like to participate in individual therapy and substance abuse programs. So I don't know if we could I always get in trouble when I want to add mental health evaluation and treatment.
He's a
But
2. I think we can add an evaluation and they'll determine if treatment is necessary at that point.
I'd like him to get as much potential support as possible during this transition as possible. And if it's deemed not necessary, then that's fine too.
So in the matter of Jeremy Perez, 426-580, there's a motion to grant parole on or after June 21st, 2025, with the following stipulations: halfway house placement, mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary, community-based treatment for domestic violence, and absolutely no contact with the victim, GG. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. All right, Mr. Perez, this is a great opportunity for you.
Thank you.
And you've got 6 months until your parole date. I would strongly encourage you to make the best of that.
Thank you,
All
guys.
right, good luck.
Appreciate you.
Good luck.
This concludes the parole hearing for Jeremy Perez, 426-580.
You're very appreciated for that.
Yeah. Okay.
Want to mute us off from that?
Sorry.
Good. Good luck, man.
I hear you.
Today's. Hey, Mr. Wilson, how are you?
How y'all doing?
All right, we're gonna get started, okay? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Mack. Today is January 8th, 2025, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this morning and by stating their name on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Good afternoon, Sergio Panama Rodriguez.
And I'm Ellen Zappo Sasu.
Mr. Wilson, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Bobby Wilson, 346060.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Bobby Wilson, number 346060. He's serving a sentence of 3 years with 2 years probation to follow for criminal possession of pistol, violation of probation, possession with intent to sell, and assault third. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of August 10th, 2024. There is no victim impact in this case. This is an offender accountability. There is an offender There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed voices in tier 2. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Wilson, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I write to express my sincere gratitude for the opportunity to present my case for a parole. I deeply understand the gravity of my actions, and I remain committed to demonstrating my readiness to reintegrate into society as a positive and contributing member. Since my incarceration, I have made a concerted effort to reflect on my past actions and pursue personal growth. My role as a father has remained a central focus throughout this journey. I consistently
prioritize maintaining a strong, supportive relationship with my children, even from a distance. I believe my commitment to being a good father shines through in positive letters and reports from those who have witnessed our interactions. I have also taken proactive steps to prepare my return to society. I participate in various rehabilitation programs and engage in self-started group every Sunday called Man Up, which stands for Mental Awareness Nourishment Using Positive Principles. This is a self-reflective group focusing on identifying the factors that lead inner city men to commit crimes. These experiences not only provide me with valuable skills, but also reinforce my commitment to contributing positively to the community upon release. I eagerly anticipate continuing this trajectory by actively participating in community services. On my first day out, I plan to head to the Crisis Center located at 20 Sergeant Street, Hartford, Connecticut, to join their culinary program designed to help newly released inmates. I dedicate myself to learning as much as possible so that I can one day open my own catering business, using my experiences to support and uplift others and work towards a more inclusive, supportive community environment. I understand the responsibilities that comes with this opportunity, and I commit to adhering to all conditions of parole. I stand ready to demonstrate my commitment through my actions and contributions. I respectfully request your consideration for my release. I'd like to thank you for taking your time to review my case, and hopefully I remain hopeful for the chance to prove my readiness to make amends and contribute positively to society. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. We appreciate when individuals come before us and have a prepared statement. I think it gives us an opportunity to really hear what you're thinking. So we're going to be asking you some questions. When we're done, we'll deliberate and give you our decision.
Okay.
Right, I'll begin with questions this afternoon. So I just want to ask, were you out on bond while these cases were pending?
I ended up bonding out like about a year after being incarcerated. So
Okay.
yeah.
How long were you in the community?
Maybe 8 months, I think it was.
Okay. What did you do while you were in the community for those 8 months?
The first 3 months I was on 24-hour house arrest. I ended up finding a job at CNS. So I worked basically from I worked for like 3 months until the day I was arrested. I had to turn myself back in.
Okay. Is that a warehouse? Is that the
Yes.
warehouse you're talking about? Okay. So when you talk about going back to warehouse work, it's to that job?
They said before I left, before I got hired, I let them know what was my situation. So he's told me just when I get out, just come back and talk with them, and most likely my job is still there for me because I left on good terms.
Okay. And do you have a certificate or certification for forklift?
Yeah.
Okay, nice. All right, so let's talk about these charges that you have before us today. So you were out in the community, you were out there for about 2 years, 7 months, kind of holding your own, not having too many troubles, and then all of this.
Yes.
So what brings you before us with these new charges?
Honestly, it was just wrong place, wrong time, I can say. It just
Guns, drugs, a little bit more than wrong place, wrong time.
yeah, when I say wrong place, wrong time, I guess I got into a position where I was fearing for my life, so I always just kept a gun with me. It wasn't more of to hurt the next person with, it was more of for protection. Like I understand my choices was wrong, and I don't deny that fact of it. So it was more for protection than more to actually go out there and hurt the next person.
All right. Well, why would you fear for your life? Were you involved in some other illegal activities?
No, I've been shot twice so far in my whole life, so it's just, I guess, PTSD.
There was also some drugs found in the car when the guns were found.
Like I told them before, the drugs wasn't mine. It was other people in the car with me, but I guess everything was just bunched on me, so I just took everything as the part of the deal.
Well, you were charged with the firearms and the ammunition, right?
Yeah.
Not the drugs.
Yeah.
I just made a note when I was reviewing all the documents that there were drugs in the car. And I read a note, so you were on probation for selling drugs.
Yeah.
When you got arrested and your probation was terminated.
Yeah.
And as I said, you were out there for a little while, doing pretty well on probation. Were you working?
I was on my Uber driver, so I was delivering food.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, your criminal record is certainly, we've seen a lot more. You know, you have a lot of operating under suspensions, yet you were an Uber driver?
I wasn't a driver, I was just delivering food, wasn't an actual person driving the people.
So you were delivering the food, somebody else was driving?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. You also have a domestic violence case that you're before us for, and that's with an ex-girlfriend?
No, it was just a girl I was with, like, talking to at the time. She wasn't my girlfriend, though.
That's a pretty violent response to somebody who you didn't really have a relationship with.
I'm gonna be honest, that's the only charge I had a disagreement with because it wasn't true. But I didn't, when I asked them, can they get rid of that actual charge because I didn't agree with it, they said everything is bunched together. So it was no ifs or ands about that.
Was there a protective order or anything in place for a period of time?
I'm not even sure because that actual charge I never knew about until I got arrested for the guns. So I never knew for almost a year that it was even a charge out for me.
Oh, so you were arrested on a warrant. Okay.
Yeah.
And you talked about your children. You talked about being a father. You have 8 children.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how do you communicate with them since you've been incarcerated?
The texting is a lot, but I call most of my kids, or 4 of them almost every single day. So I use most of my calls for just my kids alone. I don't really call nobody else.
And I read that at one point you were selling drugs to help support them.
Yeah, that was 2019.
Right. Okay. But you seem to have, well, you had developed some positive ways of managing that.
Yes, ma'am.
Other ways. Okay. Did you feel you were successful with that?
Yeah. Once I started working and getting an actual paycheck, it was a lot easier than trying to go outside and sell drugs and look it over my shoulder and worry about getting in trouble. So it was a better outcome for me with that one.
Yeah, I would think so. Yes. So you did some programs while you've been in. All right, we'll talk about that. So you took the Tier 2 program.
Yeah.
Did you benefit from that program?
I can't say I gained much from it because it was for like people using hard drugs. The Voices program is the one I really actually benefited from because it showed me from the other side of being a drug dealer, like the victim part of it and the parents being hurt and stuff like that.
And I know you dispute some of the domestic violence information, but it also provides some insight into that type of victimization as well. You know, into better having healthy relationships.
Yeah.
And the trickle down effect of those types of incidents have on your children.
Exactly.
Right. Okay. Now, I want you to talk to me a little bit about the Man Up program. And if I wrote this down correctly, you said it identifies what factors makes men commit crimes.
Yes, ma'am.
And so what did you find out about yourself?
I honestly say it was more about accountability. So even though I might not agree with some things with my cases or other cases, I still put myself in that position. So I might not have put my hands on the female, but I put myself there where we had gotten into an argument. So to make her feel it, a certain type of way, or me driving the car that day with the guns in it, I shouldn't have been driving in the first place because I have no license. So it's just small things that it makes you look at the smaller things that led up to the bigger things.
Right. And not driving, but also not carrying a firearm, regardless
Yes, ma'am.
of fearing for your life. It's you're prohibited. You're a prohibited person, and it's against the law. Right. How long have you been participating in that program?
It was about 4 months, 5 months tops now.
How often does a group meet?
Every Sunday.
Every Sunday, okay. Great. And your release plan is to live with your mother?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's been verified, and we already talked about your hope that you'll get back your job at the warehouse. Now, I also heard you say that you wanted to get some training in culinary.
Yeah, the Chrysler Center, they also pay you too. So it's like a training program where you help the community, but they also train you so you can get your licenses for everything. They train you for restaurant cooking and just so you can own your own business. So
how'd you hear about that?
It's actually on the tablets when you go to the FYI. It was different programs on here. I was just going through all the programs and seeing what would benefit me more from the other ones.
Are you able to reach out to the program in advance of to get some more information or get on a list?
It says specifically on there, once you get out, just to come down there and they'll put you on the appointment list so you can start the actual program.
And you've had good conduct throughout this period of incarceration. You haven't had any difficulties.
No, ma'am.
You struggle a little bit on community supervision. You were on probation, and now you have a violation. Now you're going to be back on probation for 2 years, which will be after, if you're granted parole, it'll be after you finish parole. So it's about 11 months on parole, another 2 years on probation. How do you see that going?
I see it going amazing.
Why? Why will it be amazing?
Because the last time I went to jail, it really didn't affect me because my kids wasn't old enough to actually express how they felt. This time, we got the tablets and I got more phone calls, so free phone calls, I guess you could say. So now that I'm in more communication with them, they're telling me every day, oh, I don't like you in there. I can see that my actions is really affecting not just my kids, but my mother and my sister and people around me that I never thought my actions were actually hurt by me doing things.
Yeah, and that I hopefully that came out in the Voices program too.
Yeah.
You know, there is that ripple effect of your actions. Is that an area that you also touch on in the Man Up program?
Yeah, we touch on that, but it's more like I guess we do like acting almost. So like we had one person be the bad guy and the other be the good guy in the thing. So you see both points of view. And then after we reenact some things, we discuss it and we break it down piece by piece and where you could have did something different or how you could have acted differently. So it's just small scenarios.
It sounds like a great program. Something that, you know, it really is very practical.
Yeah.
For everyday life. And I would also say to you, there are programs like that in the community.
Okay.
There's fatherhood programs where you
you
guys all get together and you support one another, work through difficulties before you end up in a bad situation. And then I would also say to you about parole and probation is that, you know, you have these resources on your tablet. They also have resources. So if one door closes, they may be able to help you open another door. And I would not run if things get difficult.
Definitely.
Okay, Mr. Wilson, thank you. Ms. Zaposasso, any questions for Mr. Wilson?
So, Mr. Wilson, one of the high-risk situations you identified is going back to your old area and employment. Is that Hartford or is that someplace else?
It's Hartford, but it's on the other side of town from where I plan to move with my mother. She lives in almost a suburb area, so it's none of the people I used to hang around. It's nobody close to being around me to try to negatively influence me in any type of way.
Okay. It also noted in one of the reports that you have outside clearance work.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, okay, and that's been going well?
Yeah, I've got a good report from my boss. He loves me. He like I go there, I get everything done ahead of time. I always make sure that everything I go there to do reflects myself and how good I want to do in the community. So he understands.
So, I mean, I guess you've talked a little bit about your kids, but, you know, for me, the irony of you selling drugs to support 8 kids is in effect what took you out of their lives.
Yes,
So I do encourage you and echo what my colleague said about, you know, doing whatever you can in order to enhance those parenting skills, both yourself and in, you know, cooperation with the mothers of your children in order to make sure that your kids stay healthy and focused, you know, with both of you in their lives. That's really important.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Rodriguez?
I don't have any questions.
Okay. So, Mr. Wilson, we have completed our question portion of the hearing and we'll deliberate now.
Okay.
So, Mr. Wilson seems to have gained a lot of insight from the programs that he's taken. I especially liked hearing about the Man Up program and the accountability piece and the support. The gun charges are incredibly concerning to our panel. However, I do see some growth and some insight into the behaviors. I'm hopeful that Mr. Wilson is true to his word when he says he understands he cannot carry firearms in the future. He will have supervision in the community. He has done well with his job with outside clearance, and we know that that is a special privilege, and you have to do well at the facility to be considered for those. Seems to have support in the community with his mother, has already developed, to me, what is a nice, robust release plan with options, has potential for employment. He does score moderate for risk to recidivate, but I do believe he's taken programs to address that, the risk and needs identified. So I would be in favor of granting his discretionary parole today.
Yep, I'm in agreement.
Okay. And Mr. Rodriguez, thank you. All right. And I had, because one case is the domestic violence, community-based treatment for domestic violence, no contact with the victim, AH. And anything else?
There were 2 co-defendants named.
Yeah,
Jackie Coleman and Jasden Gibson.
yeah.
And I had no driving. I don't know why.
Because he's got
I don't know.
8 operating under suspension.
Right. That would be right.
Right.
He needs to be
Right.
reinstated.
It's got 9 actually. All right. So in the matter of Bobby Wilson, 346060, there's a motion to grant parole on or after January 8th, 2025, with the following stipulations. No operation of a motor. It's today's date. January
When
9th, 2025. Right? Yes, we're all clear.
Yeah, because when you pass the date, it becomes
Yeah.
today's date.
Thank you, Piotr. So for today's date, because he's past his eligibility date, which is January 8th, 2025, no operation of a motor vehicle without the parole officer's permission. Community-based treatment for domestic violence. No contact with the victim, AH, and no contact with co-defendants, Jackie Coleman or Jasden Gibson. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. All right, Mr. Wilson, congratulations.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys.
We wish you the best of luck.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You too. This concludes the hearing for Bobby Wilson, number 346060. It also concludes the January 8th, 2025 discretionary hearing for Cheshire Correctional Institution.
All right.